Chapter 676. You want to kill me? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was calm and composed. He wasn't afraid of Nangong Jiayin at all. Nangong Jiayin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Little brother, don't you feel guilty saying this? To be fair, since you and I met, how have I treated you? You have consumed so much of my luck. I haven't even scolded you yet. Why are you acting like a victim?" Zhou Xuanji's expression became unnatural. He was indeed in the wrong. He sighed and said, "I didn't know what you wanted before. If I can do it, I will try my best to make it up to you." Nangong Jiayin covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. "Don't worry, I won't argue with you. I just hope that you can be honest with me. If I had any bad intentions towards you, you would have died 1,000 times over. You even hid your whereabouts from me. Now, we are a team, and we are working together in secret. I hope you and I can stand on the same line in the future, understand?" Nangong Jiayin stopped smiling and said seriously. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What do you see in me?" With his cultivation, he wasn't worthy of Nangong Jiayin's attention. As for his aptitude, it wasn't worth Nangong Jiayin's effort. You will understand in the future. Don't worry, I will still need your help in the future. Before that, I will also try my best to help you become stronger. Do you want to break through to the Dao-treading Saint Realm? Let's go. I will take you to a place, Nangong Jiayin said with a smile. Nangong Jiayin chuckled. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something. With a cry of surprise, she waved her right hand, and the little Taoist appeared in front of her. The little Taoist was taken aback. He quickly retreated in fear, but soon he was frozen in place. This kid is not bad. His aptitude is estimated to be around 7 or 8 stars. Do you want to take him as a Dao child? Nangong Jiayin asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent to this. The little Taoist suddenly realized that he could move. He slumped on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Who are you?" Nangong Jiayin glanced at him disdainfully and said with a smile, "Little kid, we are far beyond the heavenly saints. Do you want to worship us as your master?" The kid behind me is only 500 years old and has already reached the Overlord Saint level. The heavenly saints in this universe can't even stand a chance against him. The little Taoist widened his eyes and had a look of disbelief. He immediately came back to his senses and came up to Zhou Xuanji. He continuously kowtowed and begged, "Please take me in and help me cultivate." Looking at his excited expression, it wasn't completely out of surprise, but as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He reckoned that this kid carried a blood feud with him. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and nodded lightly. After some communication, Zhou Xuanji learned that this little Taoist's name was Mu Xuanfeng. He looked young, but he was already 1,000 years old. As for his past, Zhou Xuanji did not ask about it. Then, under the leadership of Nangong Jiayin, they quickly left. With Mu Xuanfeng's help, Zhou Xuanji believed that she would no longer make things difficult for him. Otherwise, why would he go through the trouble of asking him to accept a Taoist boy? Nangong Jiayin took out a feather fan and let the 3 of them ride on it. The feather fan burst out with a superb speed and directly escaped into the space-time tunnel. Along the way, Mu Xuanfeng was very excited, but he didn't dare to speak. "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was very curious as to how he could easily enter the space-time tunnel. Could it be that he had to reach the Dao-treading Saint Realm? "Let's go to a place with dense great Daos. It will help you break through to the Dao-treading Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Anyway, the great Dao Source Stone is in your hands. As for the others, don't worry. They're all old monsters. They are smart and have the means to escape." Nangong Jiayin, who was standing in front, replied casually. Her eyes were drifting. No one knew what she was thinking. A place with dense great Daos. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look forward to it. He didn't say anything more and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The atmosphere on the feather fan became silent. After 10 days, they came to a universe filled with red smoke. Many dried corpses were floating around. It was eerie and horrifying, making Mu Xuanfeng tremble in nervousness. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked up. He saw all kinds of dried corpses, most of them human. This place seemed to be an ancient battlefield. It was filled with an uneasy aura. "Is this the place you were talking about?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that something was wrong here. Nangong Jiayin smiled mysteriously and said, "It's deeper. Don't worry, there will be no danger here. The reason why the aura is strange is because there are too many corpses of powerful cultivators here. Their great Daos are gathered here and will never disperse. For you, this is definitely a holy land for cultivation. But you can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, you will develop inner demons." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sweep his divine will and found that there were indeed many great Daos here. Many great Daos were very strong. He couldn't even see through them. If he cultivated here, he was confident that he could break through to the Dao-treading saint realm within 100 years. If he could have a way to break through, he would save even more time. Soon, they came to an isolated island. Countless corpses were floating around, forming a white ribbon. There was a thatched hut on the island. There was a simple stone bed under a tree. Obviously, someone had lived here. "I discovered this universe by accident. I have cast an array. No one can find this place except me. You should cultivate here," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile after entering the island. After entering the island, Nangong Jiayin said with a smile, her tone somewhat complacent. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Mu Xuanfeng before waving his hand. Mu Xuanfeng walked up to him with a respectful look on his face. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you like swords?" Mu Xuanfeng was taken aback. He hesitantly said, "Dao cultivators have flying swords, but I'm not deeply involved in the sword Dao. I'm best at the alchemy Dao. I like to refine pills." Zhou Xuanji slightly raised his brow upon hearing this. He immediately took out a handful of pill recipes from the supreme storage and handed them to Mu Xuanfeng. These pill recipes were collected from his enemies over the hundreds of years he had been wandering around. Before Mu Xuanfeng could speak, Zhou Xuanji had already walked to the stone bed and started meditating. Nangong Jiayin sat on the edge of the island, not far away, playing with the great Dao source stone in her hand. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Mu Xuanfeng had no choice but to find a place to study these pill recipes. After entering a state of cultivation, Zhou Xuanji immediately started cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. He didn't ask Nangong Jiayin about the cultivation method. He was afraid that this woman would play tricks on him. Moreover, asking like this would damage his reputation. Only by breaking through to the second layer of the greatly divine suppressor technique could he obtain the method to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Sword owner has reached 520 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained Mysterious Dao, Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Daos, Sword Shield Art. The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhou Xuanji into opening his eyes. Mysterious Dao Legendary Sword. A legendary sword higher than the primordial chaos legendary sword. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He had been looking forward to this day ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court. The mysterious Dao legendary sword had finally arrived. Chapter 677. Sword name: Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Waygrade. Profound Path description: above the universe, there's the Almighty Divine Snake, which feeds on the great Dao. This sword is transformed from the Almighty Divine Snake and can devour the great Dao. The user of this sword must be at least at the intermediate Dao-treading saint realm. The Almighty Divine Serpent feeds on the great Dao. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Such a domineering divine snake. However, this sword required the cultivation of a middle-stage Dao-treading venerable, so he could only turn his anticipation into motivation for cultivation. Then, he started to inherit the Sword Radiance Protection technique. It looked like a cultivation technique, but it was actually an existence similar to a divine ability. The Sword Light Shield art could create many sword lights to protect one's body without any blind spots. Its defensive power was extremely strong. At the same time, One's senses would be even more sensitive in this state. After receiving the inheritance, Zhou Xuanji felt very satisfied. He liked this kind of divine ability, which could be superimposed on other divine abilities. No matter how fancy a sword technique was, it couldn't compare to his explosive state. Then, he continued to cultivate. So far, he had been able to create 58 greatly clones. Once he achieved 100 Dali avatars, it would be the time for him to break through to the second tier. Over the years, Yi Jun had also contacted him. When he learned that he was cultivating with Nangong Jiayin, Yi Jun breathed a sigh of relief. They agreed to meet at the Void Boundary and return to the Kunlun Origin Court together. The other Dao ancestors had also encountered different kinds of problems. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to return to the Kunlun Origin Court in a short period of time. However, Yi Jun was very confident in them and claimed that this mission was considered completed. As long as he did not have to face Daohu Chiozuan, all troubles were nothing. Kid, we still have 10 years. After 10 years, we must leave. Nangong Jiayin's voice drifted over, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes and look at her. He frowned and asked, "Isn't it 100 years? It's only been 5 years." He had just found a feeling, so he naturally didn't want to leave too early. I have calculated that something is calculating our fate. If we stay here for too long, we will be exposed. Nangong Jiayin replied in a solemn tone. Daohu Chiozuan. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this name. Apart from this force, who else would pursue him so relentlessly? Not far away, Mu Xuanfeng listened nervously. Over the years, he had already felt the powerful aura of Zhou Xuanji when he was cultivating. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the existence chasing Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin would be. He shook his head and concentrated on refining pills, trying his best not to think about these things. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji obtained another 23 legendary swords, but to him, they were all quite ordinary. His great Li avatars had reached 96, and he was very close to 100, but he had no choice but to leave. Nangong Jiayin was very decisive. Since she had said 10 years, she would do it without any hesitation. They left on the feather fan. Nangong Jiayin smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed. I think you are practicing some powerful cultivation method. On the way back, I will preach to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent and comprehension." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was indeed not too disappointed. Even if he couldn't complete the task given to him by Emperor Jinyin, he could rely on the Dao Pagoda to break through. There were many paths, and he didn't have to choose one. He stopped cultivating and calmed his mind. After entering the Kunlun Origin Court, his heart seemed to fluctuate a little, which made him a little dissatisfied. The feather fan flew into the space-time tunnel. The three of them didn't speak, and it seemed very quiet. An hour later, Nangong Jiayin began to preach. The Tao of Jade Blue pursues its Tao source, seeks the spirit of myriad worlds, and casts its soul with myriad rules. If there is one vitality, it can create a prosperous myriad worlds. If there are two vitality, it can give birth to the great Tao. Zhou Xuanji's ears twitched. He immediately began cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Mu Xuanfeng was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of Tao. He was a little surprised. Soon, he noticed that Nangong Jiayin's voice had some kind of special power that made him want to close his eyes and cultivate. Next, he began cultivating just like Zhou Xuanji. As a Tao ancestor, Nangong Jiayin's cultivation was naturally broad and profound. Compared to old Immortal, she was stronger. With the help of her Tao voice, it didn't take long for Zhou Xuanji to condense another Great Li avatar. 97 Great Li avatars. He was only 3 Great Li avatars away from the second level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Nangong Jiayin's light voice echoed in the space-time tunnel. Zhou Xuanji suddenly had an idea. He opened up the realms in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus so that all creatures could hear Nangong Jiayin's Tao voice. For a moment, the Demon Realm, the Northern Wilderness region, the Milky Way galaxy, and the world in the Lotus were all boiling. Everyone was in an uproar, but they soon calmed down because of Nangong Jiayin's Tao voice. Cultivation had been popularized in all the realms. Even those creatures who hadn't stepped on the path of cultivation could subconsciously attract the spiritual qi of the world around them. Nangong Jiayin seemed to have noticed something. She shot a meaningful glance at Zhou Xuanji. This kid actually brought the creatures of the four realms with him. Should I say that he is benevolent or ambitious? Nangong Jiayin thought to herself. But she didn't stop talking. She continued to speak. After 10 days, Zhou Xuanji finally created 100 Great Li avatars. He then cultivated the second level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. The way the saint energy in his body was channeled suddenly changed. Somehow, he got the method to break through to the Tao-treading saint realm. Tao-treading saint, step on the Tao. As the name suggested, it was to step on the great Tao. Breaking the great Tao and incarnating into the great Tao was the sovereign. Above the great Tao, one would be the Tao ancestor. Their lifespan would be above the great Tao. In fact, after breaking through to the saint realm, lifespan was no longer important for cultivators. Most cultivators above the saint realm died in the hands of the great Tao rules, or enemies. There were almost no cultivators who had exhausted their lifespan. Zhou Xuanji began to ponder. Although he had absorbed countless Tao energy and seen all kinds of great Taos, what was his own great Tao? My Tao is the sword Tao. Zhou Xuanji quickly figured it out. He was born for the sword. His soul was a sword. His body was a sword. Naturally, his Tao was also a sword. He wanted to be the sword emperor. He was no longer the only sword emperor under the heavenly law, but the only sword emperor in countless universes. The emperor of the sword, Tao, belonged only to him. Zhou Xuanji entered a state of epiphany. The surrounding invisible great Tao gathered around him, forming a gale. Mu Xianfeng was startled by the gale. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in horror. What is he going to do? Nangong Jiayin looked back. Her eyes were filled with shock. It's impossible. This kid wants to break through to the Tao-treading saint realm. Is he crazy? Nangong Jiayin's beautiful face turned pale. It was a very long process to go from Overlord Saint level 9 to Tao-treading saint. Countless creatures needed a long time to comprehend their own great Tao. It could take hundreds of millions of years to tens of thousands of years. There were so many great Taos, but every creature had a great Tao that was most suitable for them. Except for that great Tao, no other great Tao could help one become a Tao-treading saint. Zhou Xuanji found it so quickly. A great Tao wasn't something that would appear whenever one thought of it. Unless one was a legendary genius, they could directly create a great Tao that would shake the origin court and cause anomalies in countless universes. Chapter 678. Zhou Xuanji had no idea about Nangong Jiayin's shock. He was already fully immersed in Tao enlightenment. After coming into contact with the great Tao for so many years, he had never encountered the great Tao of the sword. Even in the space-time tunnel, there was no sign of the great way of the sword. He did not panic. Instead, he created his own sword Tao. Back in the Wansheng Great Thousand, the old immortal had already trained him to comprehend the Tao will. From then on, his own great Tao was born. This type of great Tao was very mystical and weak. Compared to other great Taos, it was like a speck of dust facing a star. Now, he wanted to help his Tao insight transform into the grand Tao of the sword. He did not need to rely on the power of other great Taos. He only wanted to rely on himself to become a Tao-treading saint. The sound of the sword vibrating came from his body. A ring of silver light appeared around him and quickly expanded into a silver ball of light. Sword light protection art. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this light was formed by countless light swords stacked on top of each other. It was a spectacular sight. Nangong Jiayin's eyes lit up. She had known Zhou Xuanji for so long, but this was the first time she had seen this kid use his divine ability. What a beautiful sword Tao divine art. This aura was not inferior to an early-stage Tao-treading venerable. Mu Xianfeng was dumbfounded. What a powerful spirit. He felt that his body and soul were about to be crushed. What kind of cultivation realm did he have to possess such a powerful aura? Nangong Jiayin noticed his discomfort. With a wave of her right hand, a ball of light flew out of her palm and wrapped around Mu Xuanfeng's body, reducing the pressure on him. At the same time, in Zhou Xuanji's spiritual world, he was spreading out his Dao will. He used the sword light protection art as a medium to condense his own sword Dao. The feather fan continued moving forward. Nangong Jiayin's voice was still echoing in the space-time tunnel. There was no obstruction along the way. Daohu Qiuzuan didn't appear. It seemed calm, but Nangong Jiayin never closed her eyes. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji woke up from his state of enlightenment and frowned slightly. His sword Dao was about to condense, but it was lacking a little. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Nangong Jiayin's Dao voice also stopped. She looked back and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. You're already half a step into the Dao-treading saint realm, so don't think too much about it." She sighed in her heart. Was this 12-star aptitude? How terrifying would the legendary 16-star aptitude be? Wouldn't he be able to create whatever he thought of? Nangong Jiayin shook her head. She couldn't imagine someone with superstar talent. However, Zhou Xuanji's talent made her more confident. She naturally had a reason for helping Zhou Xuanji. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the happier she was. Everyone can only master one great Dao. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Mastering a great Dao could make one a Dao-treading saint. What about 2 or 3? Nangong Jiayin replied. Of course you can have more than one, but the physical body and soul are only so big. If you divide the space to other great ways, it will inevitably affect the power of the original great way. Zhou Xuanji understood this. This was why the Supreme Legendary Sword System wanted him to focus on the way of the sword. All right, how long will it take to reach the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked. After comprehending for so long, he felt a little mentally exhausted. This was no ordinary epiphany. He was still creating a sword Dao. Soon, I guess. I didn't dare to go too fast in case I affected you. Nangong Jiayin smiled as she looked ahead with a meaningful look in her eyes. Following her gaze, he could vaguely see the purple sea of fog at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mu Xuanfeng and waved his hand. Mu Xuanfeng immediately came over with a look of awe. He didn't dare to speak first. You like alchemy the most? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring into his eyes. Hearing this, Mu Xuanfeng's heart skipped a beat. He could already tell that Zhou Xuanji was a sword cultivator. Was he going to be expelled? He replied nervously, "Yes, if you want." "No, you can stay like this. I happen to lack an alchemy genius," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. He didn't need a sword cultivator. There were tens of millions of them in Emperor's Sword Court. Alchemy cultivators were very rare. There were some in Emperor's Sword Court, but Mu Xuanfeng had 7-star or 8-star aptitude. Such an alchemy cultivator would probably be very popular in the Kunlun Origin Court. Mu Xuanfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately thanked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will put you in my artifact. Find a place to cultivate first. Don't wander around. I will let you out after some time." Mu Xuanfeng naturally didn't dare to object. He was also afraid that Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin would be in danger. Next, he was put into Zhou Xuanji's Lotus World. With his cultivation, he couldn't set off any waves in Emperor's Sword Court. After all, he only had the strength of a heavenly law, true God. TSK, TSK. What do you want to do with so many creatures? Nangong Jiayin asked curiously. Her eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, looking him up and down. Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, "They're the ones I care about along the way. I don't want to give them up. We are walking on the path of cultivation. There will always be someone pushing us from behind." Nangong Jiayin shook her head and broke into a smile. She looked ahead again. After half an hour, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and came to the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and could already see the outline of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the dim void, the Kunlun Origin Court was so eye-catching. "We are finally safe," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile. She threw half a great Dao Source Stone to Zhou Xuanji with her right hand. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. I have a share. The great Dao Source Stone in the Supreme Warehouse was a necessity for the mission. This half a great Dao Source Stone was his reward for helping Nangong Jiayin. But he had already consumed too much of Nangong Jiayin's luck. Nangong Jiayin raised the corner of her mouth and said, I am magnanimous. Don't be estranged. The path of cultivation is long. You and I still have a long time ahead of us. Hurry up and break through after you go back. There will be good things waiting for you. Good things. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be related to the mission that heavenly sage Zhen Yin secretly gave me? After a while, they rushed into the majestic purple mist. Nangong Jiayin raised her ID card high as the Void Boundary War God imprint burst into a brilliant light. Welcome back, Void Boundary War Gods, a vast voice resounded. It wasn't the Void Boundary God that Zhou Xuanji was familiar with. After entering the Kunlun Origin Court, Nangong Jiayin flew to the Void Boundary Palace with him. At the same time, she contacted the other members of Xian Mao through her ID card and gathered them in the Void Boundary Palace. Zhou Xuanji noticed that there were more creatures than before. It seemed that something big was about to happen. He captured the discussions of the creatures with his divine will. The superstar competition that happens once every million years is about to begin. Superstar competition, what's that? Only geniuses with more than 9-star aptitude can participate. There is only one cultivation requirement, and that is to reach the Dao-treading Saint realm. As long as you achieve excellent results in the superstar competition, you can get the Great Dao Baptism of the Origin Court. Any Great Dao can be improved. Superstar competition? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. How could I miss this opportunity? Nangong Jiayin glanced at him and said with a smile, It seems that you already have an idea. I will go and see your performance with my own eyes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 679. On the way to the Void Boundary Palace, Zhou Xuanji kept thinking about the superstar competition. He asked Nangong Jiayin about it. The superstar competition was still more than 30 years away. At that time, all the origin cities would use spells to broadcast the competition. A grand event that happened once in a million years was enough to attract the attention of the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Many living beings who were wandering outside would rush back to take a look. This liveliness was similar to the Wuxia people celebrating the Spring Festival. At that time, the various divine ranges would also participate in the superstar competition to motivate their clansmen. After a while, when they arrived at the Void Boundary Palace, Yi Jun and the others had been waiting for them for a long time. They surrounded them and asked about their well-being. When Zhou Xuanji took out the Great Dao Source Stone, they all felt a sense of relief. Even though it was only for a moment, Zhou Xuanji still sensed it. Let's go and see Emperor Zhen Yin. Yi Jun smiled, and the other members of Xian Mao followed him up the stairs. Along the way, everyone kept asking Zhou Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the superstar competition. They could all see that Zhou Xuanji was very close to becoming a Dao-treading saint. He had every hope of participating in the superstar competition. Soon, they arrived at the balcony where Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yin was. When Yi Jun handed over the Great Dao Source Stone, Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yin nodded in satisfaction. This mission has been completed perfectly. Due to Daohu Qiuzuan's intervention, your reward will be increased to 2 million merit points each. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yin said. As he spoke, he took out his ID card, motioning Zhou Xuanji and the others to take out their ID cards. They took out their own identity cards and stuck them to Emperor Zhen Yan's identity card, each receiving 2 million merit points. Taking back their identity cards, everyone had a smile on their faces. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yin looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, At the beginning of the mission, I said that as long as Zhou Xuanji broke through to the Dao-treading Saint realm, I would give him a reward and even allow him to take the Great Dao Source Stone for himself. But he didn't do so. He still considered the team. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. Only Nangong Jiayin had a strange look on her face. This brat had already swallowed half a great Dao source stone. Nangong Jiayin could only complain in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. Yi Jun praised, "Brother Xuanji is indeed an upright person. We are impressed. If it were them, they might not be able to withstand the test." The others spoke as well, and their impression of Zhou Xuanji greatly improved. Cultivate well. The next mission will be after the Superstar competition. If you perform well, the Void Boundary Palace will reward you. Don't let us down. Empyrean Zhun Yin said with a smile. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. The Dao ancestors all voiced their support for Zhou Xuanji. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji followed Nangong Jiayin, Yi Jun, and Su Huang back to the origin city they came from. As soon as he walked out of the side hall of the Emptiness Boundary Martial God, Changjiu appeared. It seemed like this guy had been waiting for a long time. "Senior, congratulations on completing your first mission as a Void Boundary War God." Changjiu cupped his fists and smiled, a look of worship on his face. He was indeed shocked, because Zhou Xuanji had become much more powerful. Even as a Dao-treading saint, he couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji would surpass him soon. He was indeed a 12-star genius. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. He then bid farewell to Yi Jun and the others and quickly returned to the Longbow Divine Range. On the way, Changjiu, like Yi Jun and the others, also asked Zhou Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the Ultra Star examination. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Of course, I will participate. This is my serendipity." Changjiu couldn't help but look forward to it. After returning to the Longbow Divine Ranges clan, Changjiu went back to report to the Longbow Old Ancestor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Xiao Hu, the old beggar, and the others were very excited to see him return. They curiously asked him about his experiences during this period of time. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. They were all amazed by him. The old beggar was speechless and said, "You met Daohu Qiuzuan and came back alive. You are really lucky." Xiaohu glared at him and snorted. "Why? Are you disappointed?" These words made the old beggar stomp his feet in anger. His relationship with Zhou Xuanji was already a little awkward, and this brat still tried to sow discord between them. The man and the tiger began bickering. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Su Qing's eyes had become clear. He looked very calm, standing behind everyone. He nodded and smiled at this senior brother as a greeting. In response, Su Qing looked a little nervous. After so many years, the old beggar, Su Qing, barbarian god Huang Luo, Gu Tianxia, and Buddha Yongling had all passed the first great elimination. They had officially stepped into the Kunlun Origin Court and would fight for themselves in the future. Returning to the house, Zhou Xuanji entered the world in the Lotus. He brought Mu Xuanfeng to Emperor Sword Court and introduced him to Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. He decided to bring Xianxia and several connecting Heaven Level 10 cultivators from the Demon Realm into the Kunlun Origin Court. With Xianxia's ability, she would be able to develop better in the Kunlun Origin Court. Xianxia was very excited about this. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian were also very envious. If they weren't strong enough, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't have let them enter the Great Elimination. After staying in the world in the Lotus for half a month, he brought Xianxia and the others out and handed them over to Yu Zhongxiu to register. Knowing that Xianxia was Zhou Xuanji's woman, Yu Zhongxiu's expression was a little strange. But she didn't look cold. Instead, she became more enthusiastic. No matter what she thought, she had to take good care of Xianxia. If anything happened to Xianxia, the Longbow Divine Range wouldn't be able to keep Zhou Xuanji. After giving a few instructions, Zhou Xuanji left alone and went to the Dao Tower in the Origin City to cultivate. In the same 4-star Dao room, he took out 5 avatars and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus before he began to create his own Sword Dao. This time, he wouldn't come out until he broke through to Dao Treading Saint. 5 years later, Sword Owner has reached Dao Treading Saint realm. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, Sword Owner obtained God Slaying Jade Queen Sword, 9 Extreme Dragon, Witch King Sword. Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Dao-treading Saint Realm. His great Dao of Sword was successfully condensed, filling the entire Dao room. His magic energy had completely transformed into Dao energy, and his body had completely transformed into a great Dao body. Because the sword owner has transcended the mortal body and transformed into a great Dao, you have obtained an epic serendipity. If you become a Dao ancestor within 1,000 years, you will obtain the wish-fulfilling sword. Let me announce the information of the wish-fulfilling sword first. The sword spirit's voice continued. Sword name, wish-fulfilling sword grade. Unknown description. A mysterious sword that can fulfill any wish, except for invincibility and wishes related to the supreme legendary sword system. This legendary sword can only be used once every 10,000 years. Fulfill any wish? Once every 10,000 years. There's no cultivation limit. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as his breathing quickened. There's such a heaven-defying legendary sword. Any wish if I encounter an enemy that I can't defeat. Can I kill the enemy straight away? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to Dao Ancestor within 1,000 years. Chapter 680. Any wish? Can I have a golden treasure basket? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. Ever since he used the golden treasure basket, he had been addicted to it. The sword spirit replied, It should be possible. I want to become the sovereign, can I? Probably not. For the current you, it is equivalent to asking for invincibility. I want to have endless luck, can I? This is the requirement of invincibility. Who can kill you with endless luck? Then I want an immortal body? Yes, but only the body. If the soul is destroyed, you will still die. What about an immortal soul? The sword spirit fell into silence after hearing Zhou Xuanji's question. The wish-fulfilling sword had yet to appear, but the sword master had already begun to imagine, leaving the sword spirit at a loss. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking about it and began to adjust his Dao energy. The difference between before and after the breakthrough was like heaven and earth. Dao energy and Saint energy were even more incomparable. He felt that his strength had increased by at least 100 times. No wonder the threshold of the superstar competition was Dao-treading Saint. Now he could truly feel the existence of Sword Dao. If he used Sword Dao rules, it would definitely be extremely lethal. After 7 days, he got up and left. When he came to the first floor of the Dao Tower, the women in front of the stone platform all looked at him with admiration. Senior, you have become the first in the citywide breakthrough ranking and obtained 13 million merit points, the cold and elegant woman reported respectfully. The cold and elegant woman said respectfully. Their expressions were complicated. Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating in the Dao Tower for a long time. His merit points were increasing, making them speechless and at the same time admiring him. This is 12-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji handed over his ID card in a good mood. At this moment, an arm hooked around his neck. He did not resist, but smiled instead. It was Xianxia. She was wearing a close-fitting purple robe and still had a veil over her face. Her hair was combed into a bun, looking beautiful and noble. 13 million merit points. My dear husband, you are really amazing, Xianxia said with a smile, squinting her eyes. Xianxia squinted her eyes and smiled, looking very happy. This was the first time she showed such a cute and helpless look in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, I will show you around later. Just tell me what you want. The women behind the stone platform looked at Xianxia with envy. So he also knew how to be gentle to women. Xianxia smiled and said, I've already passed the first elimination, and I've directly broken through to Overlord Saint Level 1. Amazing, right? She possessed the heart of the demon realm and the exterminating divine eyes, so her talent was naturally outstanding. She had obtained 7-star aptitude and was being nurtured by the longbow divine range. She had to admit that the exterminating divine eyes were indeed powerful. After coming to the Kunlun Origin Court, Xianxia clearly noticed that her cultivation talent was improving. What she did not know was that it was because Zhou Xuanji was becoming more powerful. Their exterminating divine eyes were a pair and could affect and sense each other. After retrieving the identity card, the two walked out of the Dao Pagoda. Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. He said respectfully, "Senior, you have successfully broken through. Should we register for the superstar competition?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought Xianxia along as they followed behind him. On the way, he asked Xianxia about her experiences in the Great Elimination. He had to admit that Xianxia was really an old devil. In the Great Elimination, she used all kinds of tricks and often killed enemies above her cultivation level. She was also very decisive when she encountered opportunities. That was how she could break through to Overlord Saint level 1. Buy more cultivation treasures for Xianxia and her son, especially Xiaoxian. She is very talented. You have to nurture her well, Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia smiled. She was in a good mood. She regarded Zhou Xiaoxian as her own. Whenever she had good things, she would often think of Zhou Xiaoxian first. This was also the reason why Zhou Xiaoxian often talked about Aunt Xian. Zhou Xuanji nodded and instructed Xianxia, "I will trouble you with this matter. I will give you 3 million merit points. Buy as much as you can. No need to save for me." He was very reassured about Xianxia. After knowing him for so long, Xianxia had always done his best. He had left a good impression on him. "Leave it to me." Xianxia patted his chest and smiled. After half an hour, they came to the center of the Origin City. There was a registration square for the superstar competition here. One needed to verify their identity card before they could enter the teleportation array to register. Since only the registrant could enter alone, Zhou Xuanji asked Xianxia to take Xianxia to buy cultivation treasures. He also transferred 5 million merit points to Xianxia. Over the years, he had earned more than 20 million merit points in the Dao Pagoda. When Xianxia came to the Kunlun Origin Court, he would also give her the same amount. In his eyes, merit points were nothing. After all, he still had the identity of Void Boundary War God. He entered the building and took out his identity card for the old man waiting in front of the teleportation array. "Zhou Xuanji, your name is really well known recently," the old man said with a smile. He then returned the identity card to Zhou Xuanji before activating the teleportation array. Zhou Xuanji smiled and stepped into the teleportation array. As soon as a bright light appeared, he felt the power of time and space surrounding him. After becoming a Dao-treading saint, his perception of the great Dao had become more profound. Soon, he walked out of the teleportation array and saw a dark world in front of him. Thunder clouds rolled, the ground was scorched black, and there were many magma cracks in the ground. There were many teleportation arrays around, and several creatures were stepping out from other teleportation arrays. In front of him, there was a huge steel standing on the ground. Many golden words were floating above it. Ing Zhuge, 17-star aptitude. Meng Shun, 16-star aptitude. Chang Shengxiao, 16-star aptitude. Great Sorrow Momo, 16-star aptitude. Relai Fu, 16-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched wildly. 17-star aptitude. How the hell did they give birth to this? He glanced down and found that there were no less than 10 existences with 16-star aptitude. There were more than 500 of them, and only they had 12-star aptitude. These guys were definitely geniuses from the top 1,000 divine ranges. The Kunlun Origin Court was very big. The higher the ranking of the divine ranges, the more unimaginable it was. He took a deep breath and walked forward. In front of the huge steel, a ghost-like white-haired man was floating. His hands were in his long pockets. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were empty. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him. Before he could ask, the white-haired man spoke first. "Put your ID card on the Superstar Sacred Steel, and you can sign up." Indifferent. Zhou Xuanji enjoyed a completely different treatment from before. It was enough to show that a 12-star aptitude was not worth mentioning here. He took out his ID card and put it on the Superstar Sacred Steel. Soon, his name appeared in the position of 537th. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a dragon-like roar came from a teleportation array not far away. A true dragon covered in red scales crawled out of the teleportation array. It was 30 meters long and looked ferocious and domineering. A man in silver battle armor was riding on its back. Among the people present, only he came on a mount. It could be seen that his identity was not simple. Chapter 681. Yo, Ingzhuga can also be ranked first. It seems that this year's superstar competition won't do. The silver-armored man smiled proudly, then rode the red dragon to the superstar sacred tablet. With a wave of his right hand, he smashed his identity card onto the superstar sacred tablet. Then, his name appeared in second place. Chu Machin, 17-star aptitude. Second only to Ingzhuga. Seeing this scene, Chu Machin frowned and suddenly clamped his legs together, startling the red dragon so much that it let out a dragon roar and began to ride in place. The dozens of living beings in the surroundings couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 17-star aptitude. Chu Machin, isn't he the genius of Star Divine range? Divine Pulse of Star, the top 100 transcendent existences. Too strong. How does it feel to have 17-star aptitude? Chu Machin snorted in displeasure at the discussion around him. He took back his identity card and told the red dragon to turn around and leave. Soon, he disappeared into the teleportation array. As soon as he left, the pressure on this world abruptly decreased. Zhou Xuanji could not see through Chu Machin. This guy was very powerful. He gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yi Jun. It was as if he was facing Empyrean Zhonyan. The Kunlun Origin Court is really a place where there is always a higher mountain. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed as he walked forward. The superstar competition was not just about sparring. There are all kinds of competitions. For example, the Divine Ability Appreciation Competition was a competition to see whose divine ability was more spectacular and shocking. There was also the Speed Ratio, the Strength Ratio, the Dao Power Ratio, the Dao Technique Ratio, and so on. It was just like the Olympics on Earth. It was precisely because of this that the superstar competition seemed so interesting. It could make countless creatures rush back from other universes. The various spars between the top geniuses were extremely entertaining. This was because geniuses were all proud and arrogant, and it was easy for them to not care about others' feelings. It could even lead to a fight between divine ranges, which would ultimately affect the situation of the Kunlun Origin Court. However, every superstar competition would evolve into a stage for the top 1,000 divine ranges to display their strength, deepening their position in the hearts of all living beings. After leaving the teleportation portal, Zhou Xuanji went to look for Xianxia and Cheng Jiao. They were still on the street. Zhou Xuanji did not spend too much time after all. Soon, he met up with the other two. Xianxia was very curious about the other end of the teleportation array, and Zhou Xuanji did not hide it from her. When Xianxia and Cheng Jiao found out that the highest aptitude was 17 stars, they were both shocked. The Longbow Divine Range didn't have any geniuses participating in the Superstar competition before, so Cheng Jiao didn't know about the Superstar Sacred Steel. In the past, they were just there to watch the show. This kind of Kunlun Origin Court is more challenging. But unfortunately, with her aptitude, it was impossible for her to participate in the Superstar competition. She could only participate in the other exciting events of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, "Hurry up. When the time comes, you and I can go to the Dao Room to cultivate. I will also teach you." A Dao Room could allow several people to cultivate at the same time, and the amount of merit points consumed was the same. However, one more person would definitely absorb more spiritual energy and Dao power. 8 hours later, they came to a 4-star Dao Room. As usual, Zhou Xuanji took out 5 clones and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Xianxia asked curiously, "You have another clone? This is the Panjin you were talking about?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled. "That's right." After that, he taught Xianxia the greatly divine suppressor art. Back then, Xianxia had also imparted her cultivation technique to him, so he wanted to be the same as before. When he was weak, she could only pamper him. Now that he was strong, she should be pampered. After half an hour, Xianxia exclaimed in admiration, "What an exquisite cultivation technique. Little husband, your serendipity is really amazing." No matter where he went, Zhou Xuanji could always obtain serendipity. She couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, she was very moved. She did not misjudge him. No matter what achievements Zhou Xuanji had, he treated her sincerely. "Okay, let's start cultivating," Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. After that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xianxia followed suit and began cultivating. The news that Zhou Xuanji had become the top cultivator in the Origin City breakthrough ranking quickly spread in the nearby divine ranges. At the same time, the news that he had signed up for the superstar competition also spread. The creatures of the Longbow divine range were proud of him. They held their heads up high wherever they went. For a while, the Longbow divine range's status in the nearby Kunlun universe began to rise. Qiuhu, Shang Tiandao, Gu Tianxia, and the others also began to choose their first profession. Everything was on the right track. In the void, Ren Niming flew quickly. He looked terrified. He looked back from time to time, sweating profusely. Damn it! How long is it going to chase me? Why can it leave the heavenly law universe? Ren Niming gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with despair. If this continued, he would definitely die. He was not willing. He didn't want it to end like this. "What do you think you can run to?" A hoarse voice came from behind, giving Ren Niming goosebumps. He didn't look back, but desperately accelerated. "From now on, I will become the only destiny, the supreme destiny in countless universes." The hoarse voice came again. Ren Niming couldn't help but look back. Immediately, his pupils dilated as a black shadow occupied his eyes. Time passed quickly. 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation didn't improve, but his Dao energy grew a lot. He had completely stabilized his sword Dao. The harvest was not bad. Xianxia broke through to Overlord Saint level 3 and could already condense 5 greatly avatars. The two left the Dao room. Xianxia didn't want to consume Zhou Xuanji's merit points anymore. She wanted to find a profession to earn merit points herself. Zhou Xuanji took her to the Vocation Palace. As for Cheng Jiu, he didn't wait outside the Dao Tower. When they arrived at the Vocation Palace, the two strolled around unhurriedly. The profession that Xianxia wanted was very similar to Void Boundary War God. There were tests, irregular rewards, and no upper or lower limit. After a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. A man appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia frowned at the same time. The man was dressed in white. His face and figure were exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's, except that he had white hair and a weathered gaze. "Enemy?" Xianxia asked softly, staring at him with a sharp gaze. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak. He was also very confused. The other party looked at him calmly. When their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. Anyone would feel weird when they saw someone who looked exactly like them. At this moment, the white-haired man raised his right hand and touched his chest, making a gesture of digging his heart out. The corner of his mouth rose, looking unruly. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The other party obviously knew him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a provocative gesture. The creatures around them also stopped and looked at them with a weird expression. The white-haired man laughed coldly and said, "The person who will end you, Zhou Xuanji. Just wait, you will die miserably." After speaking, he walked straight toward Zhou Xuanji, brushing past him. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt an extremely strong murderous intent. Even if he tried to restrain it, he was still shocked. Chapter 682. Smack! Zhou Xuanji grabbed the white-haired man's wrist and said, "If you want to kill me, you should at least leave your name, right?" The white-haired man looked back at him and laughed coldly. "Then you can call me Sword Emperor's Slayer." After that, his right hand turned into nothingness. He broke free from Zhou Xuanji's grip and continued to walk forward. Sword Emperor's Slayer. This brat was provoking him. Xianxia said softly, "He doesn't look simple, but he is so arrogant. He will surely die a horrible death." She had already developed a blind trust in Zhou Xuanji. So many seemingly invincible enemies were defeated by Zhou Xuanji. What was this sword emperor slayer to her? Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued forward with Xianxia. There were countless jobs in the Vocation Palace, and it was difficult to keep track. Every once in a while, new jobs would be born, and so would die out. Xianxia had 7-star talent and could choose many jobs. Since Zhou Xuanji wanted a rest, he patiently chose for her. Xianxia's divine sense captured a massive amount of information from a wall. Soon, she picked the jobs that interested her. They went to learn about them one by one. Not all jobs were like Void Boundary War God. Most of the job recruiters were like salesmen, extremely passionate. Finally, Xianxia chose the Imperial Demon Official. They were responsible for patrolling the universe around the Origin City. There were also Imperial Demon Official, Imperial Barbarian Official, Imperial Dragon Official, and so on. Zhou Xuanji waited for Xianxia outside the side palace. An hour later, Xianxia returned with a man who was giving off a dense demonic aura behind her. "Fairy, we will be teammates from now on." "You must," the man said with a smile. He was wearing heavy armor and had wild hair. His cultivation was at level 9, Overlord Saint. Xianxia ignored him and hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm, which froze the man's smile. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "Who is this guy?" Xianxia shook her head with a smile. "I don't know. Let's go home. I will serve you well tonight." She said this in a sweet and seductive tone intentionally. The man's face turned green immediately, as though he had eaten a fly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's face and cried out in shock in his heart, Zhou Xuanji." He immediately cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "Senior Zhou's woman. I will help her as much as I can." After that, he pretended to be generous and left. Zhou Xuanji was a super genius that everyone in this city knew about. Not long ago, he was ranked first on the breakthrough ranking and became a Dao-treading saint. Such an existence was not someone he could offend. Only by being sensible can one live longer. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Then, they left the Vocation Palace and returned to the Longbow Divine Ranges clan. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Lotus World to teach Emperor Sword Court cultivation. He focused on nurturing Xiao Jinghong, Zhou Xiaoxian, Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Chun Bantian. These 7 people were the most talented in the way of the sword among his trusted subordinates. In the future, he would also become the representative of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji gathered them together and used his divine sense to teach them different sword techniques. In the future, you will be called Emperor Sword Court's 7 Swords. How about it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian agreed, of course. Zhou Xiaoxian said with dissatisfaction, "What an ugly name. Wouldn't it be better to call it 7 Ultimate Emperor Swords? 7 Absolute Emperor Swords?" Zhou Xuanji blinked and thought of the 5 Ultimate Gods. "This name is not bad. Master, can you enlighten us so that we can enter the Kunlun Origin Court as soon as possible?" Chun Bantian said with a smile, rubbing his hands. The spiritual qi in the Lotus World had been growing rapidly. Their cultivation was at least at Heavenly Law True God, but they were still far from connecting Heaven Level 10. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said, "The foundation is very important. Don't rush it." Lin Changge let out a sigh and said, "Why can your cultivation advance so quickly? Is there really no one to enlighten you?" Zhou Xuanji was already the faith of the entire Emperor Sword Court. Even his trusted subordinates respected him. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji had been fighting and surpassing his limits. But logically speaking, his cultivation should not be so fast. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all due to serendipity. Even if someone enlightens you, you will not be able to catch up to me." Everyone was not discouraged. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lip and said, "I don't want to learn Heavenly Sword Descent. I want to learn that move to multiply sword souls." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, Everyone can learn Sword Souls, but it's best to practice a trump card divine ability. It's fine if you don't use it, but once you use it, you will definitely kill. Everyone couldn't help but nod. They felt that this was reasonable. After staying in the Lotus World for 5 years, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate in the Dao Tower. With his current cultivation level, even if he had 12-star aptitude, it would take a long time for him to break through again. During this time, Xian Mao did not take on any missions. They were indeed lacking merit points to become Void Boundary War gods, but they were not in a hurry. They were also looking forward to the Superstar competition. Time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji had reached the age of 567. And this year, the Superstar competition was about to begin. He walked out of the Dao Tower and first returned to the Longbow Divine Ranges clan to inform them. Then, he went to the Superstar competition tower in the Origin City alone and teleported to the Superstar realm, waiting for the Superstar competition to begin. The world was dark and thunderclouds were billowing. The Superstar's sacred steel stood on the ground like a mountain. It was so high and cold. More and more geniuses walked out of the teleportation array. Zhou Xuanji looked up and found that his ranking had fallen to around 700. He couldn't help but sigh. How many freaks are there in the Kunlun Origin Court? At this time, a screen of light appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of the other geniuses. It listed the events of the Superstar competition. They could sign up at will. Each genius could sign up for most 3 events. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin in thought. He definitely had no chance of winning in terms of strength, speed, or aesthetics. These events were all about strength. His eyes locked on one event. Learn. This event would take out thousands of powerful divine abilities for the geniuses to learn in full view of the public to see who was faster. Different levels of divine abilities would also have different results. In theory, the more difficult the divine ability was, the final result would be divided by a certain multiple. This was a must. In the Kunlun Origin Court, Sword Dao divine abilities were still very popular. This was the event he had the most advantage in. Next was the Dao debate. The rules of this event were very simple. Either convince the other party, or make the other party flustered or speechless. To put it bluntly, it was a competition of verbal skills. As for the third event, Great Dao Aptitude, this event mainly tested the genius's Great Dao ability. It would limit the level of the Great Dao so that all participants would have the same level of Great Dao. Then, they would compete with each other. This event was extremely popular because Great Dao talent was related to the upper limit of the owner's achievements. Even in the Kunlun Origin Court, one couldn't become stronger all the time. Every creature would have their own bottleneck. Chapter 683. Study. Dao Debate. Great Dao Aptitude. Zhou Xuanji submitted the registration application, and the light screen in front of him disappeared. The other geniuses also registered successfully. Most of them had excitement written all over their faces. But no matter how excited they were, no one shouted. All of them were very calm. Zhou Xuanji looked around. Except for the high-profile Chu Machin, he didn't know any of the other geniuses. Among those present, his cultivation was the lowest. He sat in the air and began to cultivate, waiting. One after another, geniuses walked out of their respective teleportation arrays. The number of people was still increasing. They registered one after another and then sat on the ground or hovered in the air, waiting. 5 days later, a vast pressure descended. All the teleportation arrays were closed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the thunderclouds forming a huge vortex. A figure wrapped in lightning descended. He was hundreds of meters tall, wearing a dragon head Qilin scale armor. His black cloak fluttered wildly in the wind, and he held 2 giant hammers in his hands. His face was pitch black. Only a pair of eyes shining with purple light could be seen, looking down at the ground. I am Fierce Thunder Sovereign. There are 2,936 participants in this year's Superstar competition. The Superstar competition's venue is above my head. As in the past, we will compete in each event in turn. The spectator competition will be the first, and the competition of strength will be the last. It will take a total of several years. I hope everyone is ready. Next is the preparation time for the Superstar competition. All origin cities and divine ranges are connecting their spells. Fierce Thunder Sovereign began introducing the order of the events. The 3 events that Zhou Xuanji registered belonged to the latter half. Among them, Great Tao Aptitude ranked second from the bottom. One could see its importance. The top 3 in each event would be rewarded with merit points, cultivation treasures, and so on. The rewards for the competition of strength were the most generous. Zhou Xuanji could only register for the competition of strength in the next superstar competition. Among the geniuses present, half of them had reached the Tao Ancestor Realm. This showed how powerful they were. After Fierce Thunder Sovereign finished his introduction, he disappeared. The vortex in the sea of clouds had yet to subside. The geniuses began to talk in groups of 2s and 3s. Through their conversation, Zhou Xuanji finally learned about the cultivation above the Tao Ancestor Realm. 9 vast heavens. This made him inexplicably think of the vast heavens in the legendary swords. Is there any connection between the two? Other than that, he also had to know that the ancestral realm was divided into 36 flowers. Every additional flower would cause a qualitative change in one's Tao power. Based on this deduction, how big was the gap between him and those prodigies who had reached the 9 vast heavens realm? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild, but he was not discouraged. He was still young. Sooner or later, he would reach the Tao Ancestor Realm and surpass the 9 vast heavens realm. While they were waiting, the outside world was in an uproar. In the giant city of the Yu family, 9 stone tablets were erected in the central square, bursting with a strong light, condensing into a light screen in the sky, projecting the situation around the superstar sacred tablet. All the creatures in the city looked up. Did you see Zhou Xuanji? Why is it being screened in advance this time? Because our Longbow Divine Range also has geniuses screaming. We don't have to wait for the superstar competition to officially begin. These geniuses all look really strong. Look, our Zhou Xuanji is calm and not afraid at all. Sounds of discussion rose from every street, all of them extremely excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked very small, the creatures could still see him with their eyesight. Xianxia, the old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others could see him too. They were sitting in the courtyard, eating spirit fruits while waiting. Xianxia was also by their side. She said with a soft smile, as long as he can show his brilliance, he doesn't have to be ranked. This is a good opportunity to become famous. This was the superstar competition. Only God knew how many creatures were watching. As long as Zhou Xuanji performed well, the reputation of the Longbow Divine Range would soar, attracting countless creatures to join. This kid will definitely be in the limelight. The old beggar shook his wine glass and said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation might be low, but they believed that Zhou Xuanji would definitely amaze everyone. This kind of situation and the gap in strength between the enemy and himself were the basic rules for Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia proper chin up and said with a smile, I wonder which 3 events he signed up for. The old beggar curled his lip and said, What's it called again? Tao debate, right? He must be one of them. This guy just likes to talk big. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, the various origin cities and divine ranges were also discussing the superstar competition. Although the nearby origin cities and divine ranges were paying attention to Zhou Xuanji, compared to the entire Kunlun origin court and the superstar competition, Zhou Xuanji's fame was still at the bottom. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, the superstar competition that countless creatures in the Kunlun origin court were paying attention to had officially begun. The first event was the spectator competition. Fierce Thunder Sovereign appeared. The spectator competition is about to begin. Fierce Thunder Sovereign waved his right hand, and hundreds of geniuses flew up. The ID marks on their bodies lit up, and they were quickly sucked into the cloud sea vortex. A screen of light appeared on the superstar's sacred steel, showing a huge square stone platform. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, surrounded by a dazzling, starry sky. Soldiers in golden armor stood at the edge of the stone platform. The sacred platform. Hundreds of geniuses landed on the sacred platform. The atmosphere was silent, but the outside world was already boiling. All the divine ranges and origin cities burst into a deafening uproar, cheering for their favorite geniuses. Even if the other party couldn't hear them, they had to vent their emotions. Zhou Xuanji clearly felt that the atmosphere around him had changed, especially those geniuses who were ranked higher than him. All of them had a serious look on their faces as they sat upright. No one dared to come within 100 meters of one of them. He was wearing a silver beaded robe, sitting on a lotus seat. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome face and a phoenix-shaped silver crown on his head. He looked indifferent. He sat there like the brightest star in the night sky. Even if one didn't understand, he could still attract the attention of many people. He was Ing Zhuge, 17-star aptitude. Legend had it that he was once an ancient god of the Kunlun origin court. For some unknown reason, he reincarnated. This body was a Tao body that he had cultivated for a long time. In less than 10,000 years after his reincarnation, he had reached the 9 vast heavens, which was unprecedented. Zhou Xuanji also paid attention to him. After all, this person was ranked first on the Superstar Sacred Steel. Ing Zhuge stared at the screen, watching the spectator competition. This seat is the Superstar Divine Official. Now, this is the spectator competition on the main island of all beings. Next, this seat will read the names in turn. Each of you will show your most magnificent divine ability. After the first round, this seat will judge the top 100 based on the number of shouts from the Kunlun Origin Court. A sun-like ball of light appeared outside the sacred platform. An excited and magnetic voice came from it. The Superstar Divine Official had existed for a long time. He couldn't be bribed. If he was found out, he would be obliterated by the sovereign. This was how the previous Superstar Divine Official died. Chapter 684. The Superstar Divine Official's cultivation was extremely high. His divine will could cover the entire Kunlun Origin Court. He could judge the sound and determine the winner of the spectator competition. Not only that, although the Superstar Divine Official was very intimidating, his tone was extremely emotional. It made the sacred arena not feel awkward and excited all living beings. His voice passed through countless screens and resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Soon, the spectator competition began. The geniuses made their moves one after another. All kinds of gorgeous and shocking divine abilities were displayed. They could name the scene they wanted, and the Superstar Divine Official could create it. Different environments could create different effects. For example, a man slashed open the universe with his sword. For example, thousands of stars turned into golden lotuses and exploded at the same time. It was shocking. Some geniuses used their palms as blades, releasing billions of blade lights, piecing together the dark universe into a bright world. All kinds of exaggerated divine abilities made the emotions of all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court fluctuate one after another. Most of the living beings exclaimed in satisfaction. Zhou Xuanji also felt that it was pretty good. Many of his divine abilities were very enjoyable to watch, but he didn't participate. The main reason was that the spectator competition was too early. Although it was lively at the beginning, who would remember it after the Superstar competition was over? This was one of the reasons why Zhou Xuanji chose the midterm competition. After 3 days, the spectator competition finally ended. The first place got more than 500 million merit points and many treasures, which made everyone envious. Then came the second competition. Zhou Xuanji stopped watching and began to meditate. Among all the geniuses, he was the only one cultivating. Because for them, cultivating now was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. Most importantly, it was useless. The surrounding geniuses thought that he was pretending to be aloof and disdained him. Time passed day by day. The various gambling dens in the Kunlun Origin Court were in full swing. After all, the Superstar competition was a carnival for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's first competition was the Tao debate. He was ranked 23rd. Most of the previous competitions didn't have any substantial competition until the artifact competition. This competition was definitely a rich man's game. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the artifact being smashed. He felt a little distressed. It was worth mentioning that Zhuge and Chu Machin didn't appear. The top 10 geniuses didn't move. Half a year later, the Tao debate began, and a genius ranked 8th soared into the sky. His name was Wuxia, and he had 16 stars aptitude. Zhou Xuanji sensed an unstoppable force enveloping him and bringing him flying toward the cloud sea vortex. He immediately took out the World Fool sword and wore it at his waist. He raised his eyes and looked over, and he noticed that there were only 127 geniuses participating in the Tao discussion. There was another way to describe the Tao discussion, and it was a competition of words. One couldn't utilize Tao energy, and it was very easy to damage one's image. They passed through the whirlpool and landed on the sacred arena. The Longbow Divine Range, the nearby Divine Ranges, and the origin cities were all stirred up. They had finally waited for Zhou Xuanji. The Superstar Divine official introduced them one by one, and after hearing that there were 16-star geniuses participating in the Tao debate, Xianxia and the others all felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji encountered a 16-star genius in the first round, wouldn't that be too tragic? Now, we'll start picking our opponents. 3 of them will be discussing the Tao together. 1 sentence at a time, no interruptions allowed. Only one victor will be decided. The Superstar Divine official said. He waved his right hand, and the 127 balls of light flew toward the sacred arena. The geniuses tried to snatch them, but Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. He absorbed the remaining ball of light into his hand. When all the geniuses obtained the balls of light, they were pulled toward their opponents. What a coincidence! Zhou Xuanji's opponent was the 16-star genius, Wuxia. Wuxia looked like a scholar. He had a smile on his face and looked very handsome. The two sat opposite each other, and so did the other geniuses. They were hundreds of meters away from each other and did not affect each other. What do you want to discuss? Wuxia stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. For some reason, he did not like Zhou Xuanji. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was a despicable person, but he still maintained the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Zhou Xuanji did not know if the World Fool Sword would work on Wuxia. The World Fool Sword had the ability to lower one's intellect, and it did not consume any magic energy, so it was not against the rules. Where did the sovereign come from? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Born from the Kunlun Origin Court, of course. Where did the Kunlun Origin Court come from? Created by the original sovereign? Then how did the original sovereign come into being? The existence of Daos came into being at the right time. It was the same for the sovereign. We readily accepted their advice and easily answered all their doubts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. He wanted to ask a question like the chicken or the egg, which came first. But this guy answered the question forcefully, which made it impossible for him to answer. I have to get serious, Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In a void boundary without any spirit, if a watchtower collapses, will there be any sound? Of course there will be sound, Wuxia said with disdain in his eyes. Isn't this common sense? How do you know? Of course there is. This is something that everyone knows. But no one was there. After the Tao discussion, I will demonstrate it to you. But you are still wrong. How can you say something that you did not see with your own eyes? Wuxia was frustrated by the questions. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was being unreasonable, but he could not lose his temper. If he lost his temper during the Tao discussion, he would lose. Before Wuxia could reply, Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, do you think that some things are true and will not change no matter what? Wuxia replied, there are indeed some things that should be like that, but it's not absolute. Your name is Wuxia. This is true, right? Of course. If the sovereign says that you're not Wuxia and everyone believes in the sovereign, will you still be Wuxia? Just my name. Is there a difference? Everyone thinks that you are someone else. Do you think that you are still yourself? Wuxia frowned at the question. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was pressuring him with the sovereign. The powerful reigned supreme. Such a metaphor was illogical. He immediately took the initiative and asked, if it were you, will you still be yourself? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, of course. My existence lies in my heart. If my heart changes, I will no longer be who I was before. If my heart does not change, I will still be me. Wuya was infuriated when he heard this. Is there something wrong with this brat's brain? Is there a difference between this logic and what he said before? Then you are so sure that there will be no sound when the watchtower collapses. That means no sound is your answer? Wuya asked with squinted eyes. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, "That's me, not you." Wuya cursed in his heart immediately, and his murderous intent grew. He said coldly, "Then you are not me. How can you say that my answer is wrong?" Zhou Xuanji replied unhurriedly, "Because I asked the question. Wuya, I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 685. Wuya was so infuriated by Zhou Xuanji's shameless words that he almost exploded. Fortunately, he suppressed his emotions and immediately said, "What you said, doesn't that mean that everything you said is reasonable and everything I said is wrong? What's the point of having a Tao debate like this? Don't you care about your reputation now that you've become a Tao-treading saint?" His face was expressionless, but his heart was trying hard to calm down. What was going on? Why would he be angered by such a shameless person? He could not help but glance at the World Fool Sword at Zhou Xuanji's waist. He did not sense any ripples of Tao energy. If it wasn't the effect of the magic treasure, could it be that there was something wrong with his state of mind? That's right. Ever since he prepared to participate in the Superstar examination, the divine range he was in had given him a lot of pressure. If you're dissatisfied, then you can raise a question, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Seeing the ripples in Wu Ye's eyes, he knew that the World Fool Sword was working. That was awesome. Could a mere amethyst divine sword affect an existence that surpassed the Tao ancestor level? Perhaps it was because Wu Ye had not noticed the use of the World Fool Sword. The World Fool Sword did not consume any magic power. Its attack power was very weak. It only had the ability to lower one's intelligence. Otherwise, its level would have been even higher. Zhou Xuanji decided in his heart to focus on nurturing the World Fool Sword in the future and find a way to help it level up. Fine, let me ask you, how many great Daos are there? Wu Ye asked. His heart was filled with hatred. See if I don't kill you. As many as you think you have. I'm asking you how many you think there are. There are 3,000 great Daos, and they are endless and without end. Fellow Taoist, to ask this question, have you ever left your God Meridian? Wrong. The number of great Daos is fixed. Otherwise, why would there be great Daos that are constantly being destroyed? Wu Ye was almost angered to death by Zhou Xuanji. This brat dared to mock him for being ignorant. Endure. He had to endure it. This was only the first round. He couldn't lose. The two of them continued to engage in a verbal battle. Since Wu Ye was the most famous, the majority of the living beings focused their attention on them. As long as he used his spiritual force to touch the light screens of the various realms, he would be able to pay attention to any of the geniuses on the sacred arena. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Wu Ye were equally matched, countless creatures were in an uproar. Who is this guy? How shameless. This brat is really lucky to be able to live until today. Why is Wu Ye so agitated? You're so easily angered? Why don't you try? Do you think you can remain calm after being provoked by an ant? Not bad. If it were you or me, would we dare to face a 16-star prodigy like this? All the divine ranges and origin cities were discussing Zhou Xuanji and Wu Ye. The Longbow divine range was seething with excitement. The old beggar sighed. This kid really has my style. Xiaohu's face was filled with admiration. Si Mengyan, Shang Tiandao, Gu Tianxia, and Su Qing were speechless. Yu Zhongxiu and Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji, their eyes sparkling. Zhou Xuanji's calmness toward Wu Ye was too charming. At the same time, the debate in the sacred arena had reached its climax. Soon, some geniuses were so angry that they drew their swords and were sent back to the Superstar Sacred Steel by the Superstar Divine Official. Wu Ye was still tolerating Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was about to lose control. The guy in front of him was really asking for a beating. Fellow Taoist, do you think the Superstar competition is fair? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. The more he laughed, the stronger Wu Ye's killing intent became. Wu Ye narrowed his eyes and said, fair, but also unfair. The same trick again. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are not sincere and speak ambiguously. What are you afraid of as a genius who dares to take responsibility for his actions? In my opinion, it's fairness. I can debate with a genius like you, and it's still the Tao of cultivation. If this isn't fairness, then what is? The sovereign is benevolent. If I lose to you, it's not shameful. If I win, it will be glorious. If you win against me, it's only natural, and you will be ridiculed for bullying the weak. If you lose to me, can you still be considered a human?" Damn. We almost stood up and gave Zhou Xuanji a kick. This kid is definitely provoking me. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. He smiled awkwardly and said, "My goal is to be first. If I win against you, in the end, no one will remember me. If you don't even understand this, why did you come to the Tao debate? Fundamentally speaking, the superstar competition isn't fair. Take the sparring session, for example. My cultivation, path, and realm are all higher than yours. You can't have a fair sparring session with me. You can only be clever and argue shamelessly. Even so, you still have to lose. Do you still think it's fair? An eye for an eye. Since you want to mock me, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Xuanji was not flustered at all. No, you're the one who lost. So to me, it's still very fair," he said. Wuxia chuckled and asked, "Why can you win?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's the same as my initial answer. My heart thinks that I will win, so I must win. I think that you will lose, so you will surely lose. You know what's the worst? It's not a nobody like me, but it's the geniuses below the top genius like you. You will always be the dim stars beside the bright moon, unimportant. Killing people's hearts." Wuxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why does it sound like I am inferior to the geniuses at the bottom? His hands and his sleeves began to tremble. Zhou Xuanji continued, "I have been observing. Geniuses like Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin did not even look at you in the eye, just like how you did not look at me in the eye. In this case, isn't our treatment fair?" Wuxia thought of Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin's arrogant faces inexplicably. Flames of jealousy welled up in him. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was sent by those two geniuses to humiliate him. He immediately took out a dagger and was prepared to end Zhou Xuanji's life. Next, he disappeared into thin air. The superstar divine official teleported him away. Wah! Everyone was in an uproar. A 16-star genius was eliminated in the first round? Wuxia returned to the superstar sacred steel and was stunned. Strange gazes were directed at him from all directions. He was so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself on the spot. Damn it! Why couldn't I hold back? Why did this happen? After getting out of the world full sword's control, Wuxia hugged his head and was on the verge of collapse. Recalling what happened just now, he felt as though he was bewitched. Chu Machin smiled disdainfully and said, "He has just stepped into the Tao-treading saint stage. So embarrassing." He spoke loudly on purpose to provoke Wuxia. Wuxia was furious, but he dared not to speak. On the sacred platform, Zhou Xuanji sensed the divine while sweeping past him. To be precise, it was sweeping toward the world full sword. It must be the superstar divine official checking if he was cheating. However, the superstar divine official did not notice anything unusual about the world full sword. Zhou Xuanji could not help but sigh in amazement. The supreme legendary sword system was really awesome to be able to create a treasure like the world full sword. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. His calm demeanor shocked the outside world even more. A Tao-treading saint defeated a 9 vast heavens cultivator in the Tao debate. A 12-star defeated a 16-star with his mouth. Zhou Xuanji became famous instantly. Each divine range began sending people to gather information about Zhou Xuanji. Many living beings who bet on Wuxia lost money. Countless living beings were so furious that they vomited blood. Chapter 686. Amazing, Xiaohu exclaimed. If he was in front of Wuxia, would he be so eloquent? The others were also sighing in amazement. Although they appeared to be very confident in Zhou Xuanji, his opponent was a 16-star genius. They were all worried for Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really pull off an upset. Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "Looks like my little husband is going to be the champion." Even the strongest opponent had been eliminated by him, so there was naturally hope for first place. Everyone's spirits rose, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. They could hear the entire Yu family's huge city boiling with excitement. All creatures were shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At the edge of a vast plaza, there were many pavilions surrounding it. Countless creatures were cheering and shouting from above. Empress Red Dragon stood in front of the railing and stared at the screen in shock. That brat, this... Empress Red Dragon had almost forgotten about Zhou Xuanji. She did not expect to see him at the superstar competition. How long had it been? This kid had actually become a Dao-treading venerable. The most terrifying thing was that he had eliminated Wuxia, whom she looked up to during the Dao debate. She couldn't believe her eyes and ears. Was Zhou Xuanji that powerful? At the same time, old ancestor Xianxia was almost scared to death in a pavilion in an origin city of the Kunlun origin court. It's over, it's over. Old ancestor Xianxia was about to cry. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the closer he was to death. He fed Zhou Xuanji poison to test his medicine and even sold it to the Longbow Divine Ranges clan. The two of them were sworn enemies. Previously, when he found out that Zhou Xuanji was a 12-star genius, he was so scared that he fled far away from the Longbow Divine Range. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji would participate in the superstar competition, which made him feel like he was haunting him. Now that he saw Zhou Xuanji defeating Wuxia, he felt that the world had turned dark. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, he would be in big trouble in the future. The other side, Xian Mao's Dao ancestors were also cheering for Zhou Xuanji. However, this was only the first round of the Dao discussion, and the true victor hadn't been decided. After the first round of the competition ended, the Superstar Divine officials split up again, and the second round of the test continued. Zhou Xuanji did not disappoint the people of the Longbow Divine Range. His opponents were all hopping mad at him and wanted to attack him. He defeated 6 prodigies in a row. Looks like the Fool's Sword doesn't just lower one's intellect. It can easily make one lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He was the Sword Emperor, and it was only natural for him to use his sword to defeat his enemies. Up until now, he'd become one of the hot favorites to win the Dao discussion. He had also caused the other geniuses on the sacred arena to feel immense pressure. It was too strange. This fellow could always infuriate his opponents. Near the superstar sacred stele, over 2,000 geniuses were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. They were very curious about where Zhou Xuanji had come from. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji won again and again, Wuxia felt much better. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the less embarrassing his failure would be. In the blink of an eye, the finals of the Dao discussion had arrived. Zhou Xuanji's opponent was a 15-star genius, Gu Hanyue. She wore a blue and white robe, and her skin was as white as snow. She had a pretty face, and her black hair was coiled into a willow leaf bun. Her eyes were lively as she sized Zhou Xuanji up. They were the only ones left in the sacred arena. Fellow Taoist Zhou Xuanji, what do you want to discuss? Gu Hanyue asked with a smile, looking very gentle. Facing such a beauty, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't be merciful with his words. He directly asked, in the Kunlun origin court, how much power do women have? Even in the Kunlun origin court, the number of female cultivators was still less than that of male cultivators. The higher the cultivation, the more vicious the female cultivator. Only by being ruthless could they reach the top. Gu Hanyue replied with a smile. No matter how much, I want to have a share. Zhou Xuanji said, the question is not how much you want, but do you think the yin and yang ratio is reasonable? Gu Hanyue replied, any ratio is reasonable. Everything has its own destiny. What if I say that the power of the world should be divided equally between yin and yang? What do you think? Oh, could it be that you want to become a female cultivator? Of course not. I just feel that it would be better if there were more proud daughters of heaven like Fairy. Fairy, don't you wish for that? Or do you feel that the fewer proud daughters of heaven, the better? That way, you would be able to enjoy more popularity? How do you know how popular I am? Looking at your eyebrows, you look delicate and innocent with a smile on your face. Obviously, you have always been pampered. No matter how bright your smile is, I can see the disdain in your eyes. It's just like how you treat your admirers. You are the moon surrounded by the stars. How can there be more moons than stars in the prosperous, starry sky? Gu Hanyue still maintained her smile while cursing in her heart. This kid is really mean. If these words were to spread, it would make her look very hypocritical. Not to be outdone, she began to fight back. The conversation between the two was getting faster and faster. Their words were also getting sharper and sharper. Countless living beings in the outside world were holding their breath. Gu Hanyue was very famous. Her 15-star aptitude was enough to prove everything. Moreover, she was a female cultivator. Zhou Xuanji used female cultivators as a starting point to discuss. How sinister. Many male cultivators despised him, but many female cultivators were on Zhou Xuanji's side. The reason was very simple. Zhou Xuanji said that the power of the world should be divided equally between men and women. He hoped that there would be more and more geniuses. At the same time, it was hard for women to find other women pleasing to the eye. Gu Hanyue quickly changed the topic and asked, "If that's the case, then do you think that I can come this far and fight with you because others let me win? Or do they have other plans, throwing away their dignity as a cultivator?" This sentence was digging a hole. If Zhou Xuanji said yes, those geniuses would definitely hate him. Among them, Wuxia is the most typical example. With his strength and aptitude, he doesn't need this Tao debate to prove himself. On the contrary, if he wins, it will be boring. His modesty shows great wisdom. What about you? You are a 15-star genius who enjoys the love of countless people. Why are you competing with us, a low-ranked divine range creature? Zhou Xuanji said seriously, giving Wuxia and the other geniuses a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wuxia looked at him again and suddenly felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. This kid knows how to behave. Shameless. Gu Hanyue cursed in her heart. This kid really knows how to talk nonsense. She tried her best to calm her mind and suppress the nameless evil fire in her heart. At the same time, she recited the scripture in her heart to calm herself down. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "You are a man, yet you want me to let you win. Don't you feel ashamed? This question is meaningless. Let's change the topic." Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted and said, "Okay, let me ask you, how do you differentiate between good and evil?" Gu Hanyue replied, "I am good. You are evil. Those who attack others with their tongues are like you. Their schemes are as deep as the sea. I don't know how many creatures you have schemed to kill. It must be evil. I have great magical powers and have saved countless creatures in the universe. Naturally, I am good." Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said, "As you said, killing is evil and saving is good. The sovereign is high and mighty. He created everything for good, but countless creatures died under the sovereign's rules. Is this evil?" Chapter 687. Sovereign. All living beings were frightened. This kid is really audacious. He dares to talk about the sovereign in such a grand event. Is he tired of living? The creatures of the longbow divine range were also frightened. They didn't want to be implicated. At this moment, God knows how many creatures were cursing Zhou Xuanji for courting death. Gu Hanyue was also frightened. "Is this kid crazy?" she said in a deep voice. "Naturally, it can't be considered evil. Everything has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If we don't sacrifice some, how can there be hope for future generations to survive?" "Wrong." Zhou Xuanji shouted in a low voice, sonorous and forceful. He righteously said, "This is naturally evil. However, the evil of the Supreme Being is not purely good and evil. His evil is beyond what we mortals can imagine. Good and evil are all done by him. He created us for the sake of good, but in order to create the younger generation, he monopolized the evil and eliminated the former. This kind of breadth of mind is the reason why he became the Supreme Being. The strong can bear everything, and the sovereign bears everything in the Kunlun origin court. No matter what all living beings think, his evil is glorious and a great fortune. We can't deny his evil because this is denying his great fortune. There's good and evil. This is reality. How can there be absolute good and absolute evil in the world? The sovereign is like this, we are like this, and the Kunlun origin court is also like this. The sovereign bears the greatest pressure so that we can live with peace of mind. Although it is evil, it is also the greatest good. Gu Hanyue was stunned by what he said. After he finished speaking, she immediately reacted. This kid was too good at flattering, wasn't he? The entire Kunlun origin court fell into dead silence. All living beings felt that what he said made sense. They couldn't help but respect the sovereign. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, something was wrong. This kid is flattering the sovereign. Isn't he too shameless? Zhou Xuanji stared at Gu Hanyue and said word by word, "You don't dare to point out the sovereign's evil. It can be seen that you are afraid of the sovereign. Why are you afraid? Could it be that in your heart, the sovereign's evil will harm you? Are you worthy of the boundless Kunlun's fortune? If there is no sovereign, how can there be a divine range? How can there be an environment where you can enjoy all the love? Are you worthy of the sovereign, worthy of your divine range?" Every word of his was like a knife, constantly stabbing Gu Hanyue's heart. Gu Hanyue's Tao heart instantly became unstable, giving the world fool Sor an opportunity to strike. She immediately lost her mind. She felt that Zhou Xuanji was slandering her and wanted to kill her. Thinking that the entire divine range might die because of her, she got up in anger and slammed her palm toward Zhou Xuanji. "You're talking nonsense. His intentions are unforgivable." Then she disappeared. The Tao debate ended, and Zhou Xuanji had the last laugh. Boom! The Kunlun origin court was shaken. This result was too sudden. As Zhou Xuanji's tone changed, he instantly dug a pit for Gu Hanyue, forcing her to lose her composure and lose her composure. Needless to say, it was too exciting. The winner of this Tao debate is Longbow Divine, ranges 12-star genius, Zhou Xuanji. The Superstar Divine official shouted loudly. His tone was impassioned and filled with the power to stir up emotions. The Longbow Divine range almost exploded. Even the walls of the Great Tao could not block out the noise. The Kunlun universe reverberated with an earth-shaking commotion. Zhou Xuanji had shaken the entire Kunlun origin court. Even on the sacred platform, he could feel the Great Tao trembling. He heaved a long sigh of relief. "I really won. Congratulations to Zhou Xuanji for winning 200 million merit points and the opportunity to enter the Great Tao Tempering Pool for 7 days." The Superstar Divine official shouted loudly. Next, he landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and motioned for him to take out his ID card. Next, he transferred 200 million merit points to Zhou Xuanji and said, "After the Superstar competition, you can go to the Great Tao Tempering Pool at any time. You can enter with your ID card." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. He won the Superstar competition with the cultivation of an early-stage Tao-treading saint. This guy is incredible. Zhou Xuanji bowed slightly before being sent out by the Superstar Divine official. Next was the competition of the next event. After returning to the vicinity of the Superstar Sacred Steel, Zhou Xuanji immediately attracted the attention of all the geniuses. Even Ning Zhuge and Chu Machin were looking at him. He was calm and composed as he sat in meditation in the air, looking at the light screen calmly. Gu Hanyue walked over, biting her lip. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she said, "Zhou Xuanji, we are acquainted. As for whether we are enemies or friends, it depends on how fast you grow." Zhou Xuanji almost offended the sovereign. How could she act as if nothing had happened? "I will try my best to become stronger," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He didn't have any malice toward Gu Hanyue. After all, how could he feel any sense of accomplishment when a man bickered with a woman? Gu Hanyue gave him a deep look before turning around and leaving. As the competition of another event began, the attention of the geniuses began to shift. Although Zhou Xuanji had won, he wasn't a strong cultivator in their eyes. In any case, Zhou Xuanji's name had already spread throughout the Kunlun origin court. Old Ancestor Longbow was very happy. He ordered the distribution of spiritual wine for the whole sect to celebrate. Zhou Xuanji's victory was worth bragging about for hundreds of millions of years. Just as Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, a man flew to his side. He opened his eyes, and a strange look appeared on his face. Isn't this guy Ji Huanglin? Back in the Heaven Fiend realm, it was Ji Huanglin who brought him to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and gave him the Heavenly Law Jade. He then integrated the power of Heavenly Law into the Thunderclap's sword, upgrading it. At that time, Ji Huanglin dared to go against Buddha Yangling. He was extremely mysterious. Zhou Xuanji didn't expect him to be from the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji looked back at the superstar Sacred Steel. Sure enough, he saw Ji Huanglin's name. 16-star aptitude. When he first came here, he didn't see Ji Huanglin's name. After that, he didn't observe it carefully. He just roughly counted it. If Ji Huanglin hadn't appeared in front of him, he would have forgotten the name Ji Huanglin. He also didn't notice Ji Huanglin's appearance before. Ji Huanglin was wearing a silver-white robe, looking extremely noble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "It seems that the Heavenly Law Jade didn't choose you by chance." Zhou Xuanji still felt a little guilty facing him. After all, he had stolen the Heavenly Law Jade and made Ji Huanglin busy for nothing. Zhou Xuanji sized Ji Huanglin up and found that Ji Huanglin's aura was even more unfathomable than before. He was taller, and his face was colder. As though he saw through Zhou Xuanji's doubts, Ji Huanglin said calmly, "The one in the Heaven Fiend realm was just a clone of mine. I communicated with you through my original will. If not for that, you might have been killed by my clone." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Then should I thank you for not killing me?" Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. "Remember, you still owe me a favor. My Heavenly Law Jade was absorbed by you. I'll let you take advantage of me back then." On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he helped Zhou Xuanji obtain countless natural treasures for his cultivation. "Yo, Brother Ji, are you familiar with this brat?" Chu Machin flew over suddenly and asked with a mocking smile. The two super geniuses' approach drew Zhou Xuanji's attention again. Chapter 688. I'm not really familiar with him. I've met him in the lower realms before, and that brat even tricked me. Ji Huanglin looked back at Chu Machin and shook his head with a smile. His tone was thought-provoking. Chu Machin mocked. "Yo, you even sent your clone to the lower realm. You're still thinking about that illusory dream of being the Heavenly Law Lord?" Heavenly Law Lord? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood Ji Huanglin's intention. No wonder this guy wanted the Heavenly Law Jade. He wanted to control all the heavenly laws. But why would Ji Huanglin need the heavenly law with his cultivation? "Brat, not bad. Continue to work hard. When you reach the Tao Ancestor level, I will bring you along." Chu Machin looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji was not angry because he had the right to be so arrogant. Soon, Ji Huanglin and Chu Machin left. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was not a threat. He was not even qualified to speak to them on equal footing. Even so, Zhou Xuanji received many envious gazes. The superstar competition continued. The Kunlun Origin Court was still bustling. As the competitions passed, everyone forgot about the excitement brought by Zhou Xuanji. The Tao debate was not a real Tao debate. It was more for entertainment. So, the prize for the champion was obviously lower than the other competitions. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, the learning competition was here. Zhou Xuanji was sent to the sacred platform by the hundreds of fierce lightning sovereign. Everyone present was a genius. Naturally, they were confident in their ability to learn. The learning competition tested not only one's talent and bloodline, but also one's comprehension. A total of 489 geniuses stood on the platform. Even the third-ranked 16-star genius, Meng Shun, and the fourth-ranked 16-star genius, Chang Xianxia, were there. 16 out of the top 50 on the superstar Sacred Steel participated. All of them were high-spirited and looking forward to the competition. The superstar divine official waved his right hand. Orbs of light floated in the air and lined up in rows. The lower they went, the more orbs there were. The geniuses could tell what energy techniques were hidden in them with their divine sense. There are 9 divine energy techniques in total. First god is the lowest, and 9th god is the highest. After learning it, demonstrate it once. Do not hurt other geniuses. Except for first god's divine ability, the time for other divine abilities will be shortened. Also, each participant can only choose one divine ability. The time starts now. The superstar divine official did not waste any time and directly gave the order. Most of the prodigies began to attack, and this scene once again stirred up everyone's blood. Zhou Xuanji had won first place in one of the events after all, and he was a dark horse at that, so he attracted the attention of countless creatures. In terms of learning ability, this kid shouldn't be too bad. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled, but he did not reveal Zhou Xuanji's ranking. After all, the other geniuses had even more terrifying talent. Xianxia nodded and said, "He's already won the first place in one of the events. Even if he doesn't participate in the other events, it's enough." Speaking to there, she could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji again, as if she was looking at a legend. She bought Zhou Xuanji from the black market, but she did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have such achievements. It was simply too amazing. On the other hand, Xianxia felt quite expectant. She remembered that Zhou Xuanji's talent in learning sword techniques was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji locked onto the 9 God Divine ability. There were a total of 12 9 God Divine abilities, and only one of them was a Sword Dao Divine ability. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Upon mastery, one could use boundless sword chi to disrupt and even destroy the 3,000 great Daos. He probed it with his spiritual will and quickly obtained the cultivation method of the ultimate Chaos Dao. Fortunately, this divine ability had sword moves as well. Sword Dao divine abilities could not be separated from the sword after all, especially those ridiculously powerful divine abilities, which were mostly performed with sword moves. Of course, divine abilities like Sword Sect, Immortal Ghost Weep, and the Sword Fusion technique did not require sword moves. All one had to do was to understand their intricacies. Zhou Xuanji took out the World Fool Sword and began practicing within a radius of 30 meters. This attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Is this brat stupid? Can divine abilities be cultivated like this? Ignore him. He's just playing to the gallery. Tis TSK. A mere 12-star dares to choose a 9 God divine ability. This competition is not about whose divine ability is a higher level, but who can learn the divine ability more efficiently. The faster one learns a divine ability, the better one can win. Hurry up. Meng Shun and Chang Shengxiao are already meditating. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhou Xuanji entered a state of forgetfulness. The living beings in the outside world also felt that Zhou Xuanji was playing to the gallery. This brat is really shameless. Zhou Xuanji practiced his sword moves while comprehending the qi circulation technique. Divine abilities were about understanding. After each divine ability was mastered, one could use it at will. But before that, one had to practice the technique over and over again to fully understand it. Zhou Xuanji's sword moved extremely quickly. He only spent the time of half an incense stick to practice the ultimate Chaos Dao once. By the second time, his speed had already increased. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Zhou Xuanji's sword moved even faster. His sword chi filled the 30 meters radius, which was so powerful that the other geniuses could not help but look at him, especially the geniuses who were closest to him. They felt frustrated and felt that something was missing. It was difficult for them to get into the zone. The World Fool's sword was working. At this moment, someone had already learned a divine ability. He performed it toward the void outside the sacred platform and stood out. The superstar divine official brought him to his side through the air. The geniuses who chose a divine ability fell into despair immediately. If they could not beat the others with divine abilities of the same level, they had no chance of winning. But for divine abilities of a higher level, they could make use of the time difference. Zhou Xuanji seemed to be stimulated too. His sword moved faster and faster. He moved back and forth in the 30 meters radius. Although he was fast, his movements were not messy. He was domineering and elegant. Gradually, those who mocked Zhou Xuanji began to see him differently. This brat is really going to master it. His sword technique is quite good. It seems like this brat is quite accomplished in the sword's way. You can learn a divine ability in the sword's way like this. This isn't a sword technique. TSK. Is he going to be a dark horse again? This is going to be interesting. All the divine ranges and origin cities began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Compared to the other geniuses who were meditating, he looked so outstanding. Most importantly, everyone could clearly see that the speed at which he swung his sword was increasing. After 200 times, Zhou Xuanji's sword speed reached a new height. At first glance, there seemed to be countless afterimages, and no one could see him clearly. 250 times, 300 times, 350 times. While Zhou Xuanji was focused on training his sword, other geniuses learned low-grade divine abilities one after another. Meng Shun and Xianxia entered a state of enlightenment and were not disturbed by the outside world. A great Tao vortex appeared around them, and their auras were sharp. A while later, Zhou Xuanji practiced the ultimate Chaos Tao's basic sword move for the 400th time. Boom! A violent great Tao gathered toward him. Along with his sword Qi, the space around him rippled visibly. That brat, Ji Huanglin, looked up at the light screen and narrowed his eyes. A tinge of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Chapter 689. Ultimate Chaos Tao. Chaos Tao. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, but his body did not stop. At this moment, he became one with the World Fool sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. He could sense the great Tao around him, and so could the World Fool sword. His sword moved with extreme speed. Toward the end, he repeated it almost every second. The 458th time, the 459th time, the 460th time, fast as the wind and powerful as a dragon. At this moment, countless people focused their attention on Zhou Xuanji, especially the longbow divine range. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was about to succeed. They could sense his boldness even through the screen of light. The surrounding geniuses dodged in fear, fearing that they might be injured by him. At the same time, the sound of his sword was too loud, and the chaotic great Tao was twisting around. The superstar divine official stared at Zhou Xuanji with an odd expression. In the Tao debate, it could be said that this brat was lucky and eloquent. But this was a competition of learning. It was a competition of true talent. A 12-star could overpower a 16-star? What a joke. The geniuses, levitating in the air, looked over with their eyes wide open. How can it be? He's going to succeed. That a 9-god grade divine ability. How can he cultivate it like that? Stop bullsh, asterisk ting. Even Meng Shun and Xianxia have not succeeded. Who is this brat? The geniuses discussed among themselves in shock. They could not remain calm. The competition of learning was very important to them, after all. It concerned their serendipity. It was fine if they lost to a 16-star genius. But if they lost to a 12-star genius, they did not dare to imagine how the divine range cultivators would criticize and mock them. The 489th time, the 490th time, the 491st time, the 500th time, Zhou Xuanji stopped abruptly and flew up. He levitated hundreds of meters in the air and placed his sword in front of him. He opened his eyes and held the sword in his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, he swung his sword toward the void outside the sacred arena. In an instant, countless sword Qi crisscrossed in the void, causing the universe to collapse. All sorts of great Taos turned into colorful air currents that intertwined. A violent gale blew and shook the sacred platform. The scene was extremely shocking. The prodigies who were still in the midst of enlightenment were startled awake. Everyone opened their eyes and immediately saw Zhou Xuanji's figure. He placed his left hand behind his waist and raised his sword with his right hand, pointing it diagonally at the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and the demeanor of the Sword Emperor was as beautiful as a painting. The explosion in the void served as a foil to his calm demeanor. This sword strike was very relaxed. The universe seemed to be very fragile. At this moment, countless living beings were stunned by his figure. Such a handsome sword Xiao. Meng Shun and Xianxia could not help but widen their eyes in shock. This is ultimate chaos Tao? They had an inexplicably surreal feeling. The ultimate chaos path was a top-notch sword Tao divine ability in the Kunlun Origin Court, and its creator was at the pinnacle of the sword Tao in the Kunlun Origin Court. The superstar divine official waved his right hand and pulled Zhou Xuanji to his side. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He spun the hilt with his right hand and sheathed the World Fool's sword into the scabbard at his waist. From a beginning to the end, he did not reveal an expression of ecstasy, not even a trace of a smile. It was as if learning the ultimate chaos Tao was not a difficult task for him. It was indeed not a difficult task. How long did he take? The superstar divine official's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as though he was looking at a monster. The surrounding geniuses looked at him the same way. Zhou Xuanji ignored them, but felt a little proud in his heart. Fortunately, he had a divine ability in the sword Tao, or else he would only be a minor character. But this was normal. Even in the Kunlun Origin Court, how many cultivators did not have a sword? The sacred platform was silent. All the geniuses looked at Zhou Xuanji, stunned. They calculated the time in their hearts, and their hearts sank. Why did it turn out like this? Meng Shun mumbled to himself with a dazed expression. To him, if he could not get first place, it was meaningless to learn a powerful divine ability. Xianxia, on the other hand, quickly entered his cultivation mode. Even if he could not get first place, he would fight for second place. The other geniuses came back to their senses and entered their cultivation mode one after another. The outside world was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji staged another dark horse's counterattack. Although the Tao debate could not prove anything, who would dare to doubt him this time? Some living beings said that Zhou Xuanji might have learned it in advance, but they were immediately refuted by the surrounding living beings. How could a Tao-treading saint learn the ultimate chaos Tao? The divine abilities chosen in the superstar competition were all exclusive techniques. They had a guarantee that they would not be leaked after the competition. Too powerful, too powerful, too powerful. Xiaohu slammed the table and stood up in excitement. Si Mingyan, who had always been calm, was also trembling in excitement. The old beggar burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is my disciple. Gu Xianxia and Su Qing also looked at the light screen in the sky in a daze. They could not come back to their senses for a long time. Xianxia did not utter a word. Instead, she gave them a knowing look. They could already hear the cheers of the entire longbow divine range. Zhou Xuanji, so powerful. Our longbow divine range is going to rise. He's only a 12-star genius? I think he's at least 16-star. He surpassed 2 16-star geniuses in the competition of learning? That's unbelievable. We picked up a treasure. The Yu clan's contribution cannot go unnoticed. They were able to find such a genius from a black market. Emperor Red Dragon stared blankly at the light screen in the sky. Her ears were filled with deafening cheers. The creatures of this divine range only felt that it was a drama and was amazed. But her feelings were extremely complicated. If she had brought Zhou Xuanji back personally, wouldn't they be able to use such a genius? The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. It was as though she had lost her soul. Meanwhile, old ancestor Yin Xin, who was far away in another divine range, fainted out of fear. While everyone was shocked by Zhou Xuanji again, he meditated behind the superstar divine, official, and cultivated quietly. The other geniuses could not help but admire him for his calmness. Although this kid's cultivation was low, his temperament and talent were really powerful. In time, he might become someone like Ying Zhuge. Time ticked by. After the superstar divine official confirmed the top 3, the competition ended. Unlike other competitions, it was very easy to distinguish the top 3 in this competition. The winner of this competition is Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius, Zhou Xuanji. After the superstar divine official took back all the divine ability orbs, he shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the entire superstar competition. Congratulations, Zhou Xuanji. He has won 1 billion merit points and the serendipity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool for a month. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This was the learning competition indeed. The reward was almost 5 times that of the Tao debate. Before the superstar divine official could speak, he took out his identity medallion. The superstar divine official took the medallion and sighed in his heart. Is this kid really just a Tao-treading saint? Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient god? Meng Xin and Xianxia were not in the top 3 because of their mental imbalance. The second and third place were both geniuses who chose a divine ability. How ironic. There was a mistake in publishing the previous chapter. Don't worry, I won't make you spend too much money. I will revise the chapter and publish it directly. Chapter 690. Returning to the superstar sacred steel, Zhou Xuanji once again enjoyed everyone's attention. On this day, the heaven's favorites looked at him with awe. Even Ning Zhuge looked at him curiously. Ji Huanglin's eyes became complicated. If he had killed Zhou Xuanji back then, wouldn't he have killed a super genius? Most importantly, he could have easily killed Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not do so because of various reasons. Perhaps this was God's will. Some people were destined to soar into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court has another Zhou Xuanji. TSK. Is he really a 12-star genius? Don't tell me that the high-level examiner made a mistake. That's possible. With such learning ability, he's at least 15 stars. Could he be the reincarnation of some almighty figure? Think about which sword path almighty figures have recently reincarnated. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since a peerless sword master has appeared. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhou Xuanji began cultivating as usual. Now that he had 2 billion merit points, it was like he had suddenly become rich. He could greatly modify the world in the Lotus and help Emperor's Sword Court develop quickly. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. At the same time, he was very interested in the Great Tao Tempering Pool. It was said that this thing could make the Great Tao soar and even change one's mortal body, but no one knew whether it was true or not. The next competition had already begun, but the shock that Zhou Xuanji brought to everyone was not forgotten as quickly as before. The top 1,000 divine ranges all had their eyes on Zhou Xuanji. The reason was simple. To them, the Longbow divine range did not deserve to have Zhou Xuanji. This kind of prodigy should need a stronger environment. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally open his eyes to watch the superstar competition, but he was more looking forward to the Great Tao Talent competition. He could not wait to end the superstar competition and continue to grow stronger. He loved the feeling of becoming stronger. The faster, the better. Half a year later, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji felt the heavens and earth shake violently. He opened his eyes and saw a blood-red crack in the dusky sky. Everyone, be careful. Enemy attack. Fierce thunder, Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, startling all the geniuses and causing them to turn around. Zhou Xuanji had a strange look on his face. There were still people who dared to attack the superstar competition, tired of living. The other prodigies had the same expression on their faces. They were all in disbelief. The superstar competition was created by a sovereign. Interfering with the superstar competition was equivalent to offending a sovereign. It was definitely courting death. A gigantic hand stretched out from the blood-colored hole. The palm was like a blade, slashing horizontally and vertically, widening the blood-colored hole. This scene caused all the geniuses to feel a chill in their hearts. It was because this hand was too large, like a divine vein. Even though they were separated by several tens of thousands of li, they still felt as if they were looking up at a great mountain. Why is he here? The fierce thunder sovereign squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fear. He immediately cast a spell to send a signal. The superstar competition had been held many times, and there had been instances of enemy attacks throughout history. Even though Supremes were lofty existences, there were still some existences that were too powerful for Supremes to kill for various reasons. Very soon, a huge face appeared in the bloody hole. The face was old and cold, and could even be said to be ferocious. Withered hair fell on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot like lightning. So many delicacies. His voice was hoarse and full of killing intent. Boom! The dim sky in front of him suddenly shattered. Endless cold wind blew, and a figure as burly as a giant god appeared. He was bare-chested and wearing pitch-black shorts. His calves were entangled with many vines. His bare feet were huge, completely out of proportion with his calves. The muscles on his upper body were extremely impactful. After taking a step forward, he bent over and walked into this independent universe. All the geniuses were shocked, because this guy was carrying a mountain that was even bigger than him on his right shoulder. No one knew how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was. Looking closely, one could see that the mountain wall was bare, trapping countless souls and creatures. The lower half of those creatures and souls were stuck in the mud. Their faces were full of fear and resentment. Their bodies were twisting and struggling nonstop. The strangest thing was that no sound came out. Even Ing Zhuge, Chu Machin, and Ji Huanglin couldn't help but frown. Old Demon Soul Mover. Someone cried out in shock. His tone was full of fear. All the geniuses were frightened. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, looked puzzled. What's the origin of Old Demon Soul Mover? Fierce Thunder Sovereign flew to the front and faced Old Demon Soul Mover alone. He said coldly, "Old Demon Soul Mover, you are here to interfere with the superstar competition again. Do you really think that the Sovereign won't kill you?" Old Demon Soul Mover raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "This time, I will eat you too." After that, he raised his left hand and grabbed at Fierce Thunder Sovereign. Fierce Thunder Sovereign raised his arms, and countless lightning bolts burst out, turning into a lightning net that covered the void and pounced toward Old Demon Soul Mover. Old Demon Soul Mover was completely unaffected. His left hand suddenly sped up and slapped Fierce Thunder Sovereign away. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign smashed into the ground, causing the ground to collapse. No one knew if he was dead or alive. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide, including Zhou Xuanji. What's going on? Fierce Thunder Sovereign is so weak. No, it's because Old Demon Soul Mover moved too fast. No one could clearly see the slap just now. Old Demon Soul Mover opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The earth shook and the mountains in the distance shattered directly, turning into a dust storm that gushed into his mouth, including the sea of clouds in the sky. All the geniuses backed away from Old Demon Soul Mover. Even so, the violent suction force made them feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique. His condition improved tremendously, but even so, he could not retreat. This suction force was too powerful. What cultivation stage is he at? Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Just a breath was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine what kind of force Fierce Thunder Sovereign was enduring. Looking in the direction of his gaze, Old Demon Soul Mover was so gigantic that it was as though he was going to swallow the entire world. The giant mountain on his shoulder was like a place where evil and resentment gathered. Countless vengeful souls swayed and danced wildly. At this moment, a golden ray of light descended from the sky. A man radiating with a golden radiance pierced toward Old Demon Soul Mover with a long spear. The golden flames transformed into a long pillar that occupied the entire world. It crashed into Old Demon Soul Mover and forcefully pushed him back. Origin Court War God. You dog, you are here again. Old Demon Soul Mover roared madly, deafening Zhou Xuanji and making him dizzy. Origin Court War God, who was shrouded in golden radiance, remained silent. He swung his spear domineeringly, causing Old Demon Soul Mover to disappear into the darkness. Next, Origin Court War God chased after him and disappeared into the dark void. The world fell silent. The giant hole in the distance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The geniuses looked at each other. They could see the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Old Demon Soul Mover was terrified. Origin Court War God was shocked. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign broke out of the ground and flew toward the superstar Sacred Steel. Everyone's expression turned weird, because Fierce Thunder Sovereign's head was twisted by the slap. His face was facing the back, which looked very weird. Chapter 691. Fierce Thunder Sovereign grabbed his chin with his right hand. With a cracking sound, he turned his head around. From the beginning to the end, his expression was very calm, without the slightest hint of pain. He glanced at all the geniuses and calmly said, "Okay, with the Origin Court War God taking action, that old demon won't be able to cause any trouble. Let's continue watching the superstar competition." He waved his right hand, and a light screen appeared in the sky again. The sacred arena was still in progress, so it was not affected. The geniuses regained their composure, but it was still difficult for them to calm down. The figures of Old Demon Soul Mover and Origin Court War God could not be dispelled from their minds. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He was very curious about the realm of Old Demon Soul Mover and Origin Court War God. They felt that the geniuses of the 9 vast heavens were so insignificant in front of them that they didn't dare to make a move. The path of cultivation is really long. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He looked forward to the end of the superstar competition even more. After this, he would go into seclusion for a period of time. Then, he would begin to accept missions from the Void Boundary War God frequently. He was prepared to rely on battle to become stronger. If it was possible, in the future, he would create his own divine range and help Emperor Sword Court take root. As for the Longbow divine range, they would support each other in the future. Yu Xinzhong had mentioned this a long time ago because it was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to stay in the Longbow divine range forever. After all, who was willing to bow down to the weak? With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he would surpass the Longbow divine range sooner or later. In the Kunlun Origin Court, divine ranges could also support each other. Otherwise, the weaker divine ranges would inevitably be eliminated. Zhou Xuanji began thinking about his future plans. He passed the projects one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The enthusiasm of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't diminish, and the great eliminations continued. After those who had experienced life and death came out, they relied on the atmosphere of the superstar competition to vent their emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Tao Aptitude Competition. Zhou Xuanji did not have much hope for this project. After all, his Tao had just been born, and the reason why those geniuses were so talented was related to their Tao. Zhou Xuanji heard from the geniuses around him that the top geniuses were almost all reincarnations of powerful cultivators. Their great Taos were nurtured even before they were reincarnated. Their talent was unimaginable. The reason for this was because the powerhouses had reached a bottleneck and had no choice but to recultivate. The further he progressed, the narrower his innate talent would become. Of course, there were exceptions. There would always be some prodigies who would shock the world the first time they were born. However, no such genius had appeared in this superstar competition. It had happened before, and the commotion it caused was far greater than the shock Zhou Xuanji brought. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Xuanji began communicating with the Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit, where is Hong Meng from? The Sword Spirit isn't sure either. Then what do you know? The Sword Spirit only knows that the stronger the Sword Master is, the stronger the system will be. The two will support each other without end. The Sword Spirit's words made Zhou Xuanji feel quite comfortable. He hoped that there was no limit between himself and the system. Otherwise, he would be reincarnated like those great cultivators. How uncomfortable would that be? It was no wonder that those super prodigies were so arrogant or apathetic. He was like a high-level big shot that had come to a beginner's village to open a new account. It was difficult for him to have a normal attitude. Time continued to pass. The Great Tao Aptitude Competition had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji landed on the sacred arena again. This time, he enjoyed a great deal of attention. Out of everyone here, there weren't many Heaven's favorites like him who won first place twice. There were less than 10 of them. The most important thing was that his cultivation was at the bottom of the superstar competition, which made him even more dramatic and eye-catching. How many places can he get this time? I'm scared of losing. I will bet on first place this time. Crazy, Xianxia and Chu Machin are also participating. How can he get first place? Too strong. It will be a good show to watch this time. Xianxia, I really want to see his performance in the competition of strength. Zhou Xuanji is doomed this time. Don't talk nonsense. The atmosphere of each divine range had reached an unprecedented level of excitement. The longbow divine range, on the other hand, was very calm because Zhou Xuanji had already won first place in 2 events. No matter how he performed this time, they would accept it. Zhou Xuanji looked around and found that there were more than 400 geniuses in the Great Dao Talent Competition. 6 of the top 10 on the Superstar Sacred Steel were participating. They were Xianxia, Chu Machin, Meng Shun, Dabai Momo, Rulai Fu, and Wuxia. Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue, whom Zhou Xuanji had met before, were also present. It could be said that it was a gathering of stars and a showdown between strong. The rules of the Great Dao Talent Competition are group battles. Whoever can last until the end will be the champion. All Great Daos will be reduced to the early stage of the Dao-treading Venerable Realm. You are not allowed to leave the sacred platform, nor are you allowed to attack the participants themselves. Once your Great Dao leaves your body, you are not allowed to enter it again. Those who violate the rules will be eliminated immediately. The Superstar Divine official said loftily. Then, a light screen rose from the edge of the sacred platform, isolating the sacred platform from a void. Zhou Xuanji immediately sensed many malicious gazes. If a dark horse like him continued to win, it would be an insult to the other heaven's favorites. Therefore, he became the first target of many heaven's favorites. Zhou Xuanji sighed and released his swordway. The most difficult part of this competition was not to accidentally injure the geniuses during the battle. Otherwise, they would be directly eliminated. Zhou Xuanji revolved his great Dao at high speed around himself, and the expressions of the geniuses who were preparing to attack immediately turned grim. Shameless. At the same time, Xianxia and Chu Machin's great Daos directly collided. The sacred platform had some kind of special restriction that made everyone's great Dao show their colors. Xianxia's great Dao was blue, holy and domineering. Chu Machin's great Dao was fiery, like a fire dragon, ferocious and mighty. The 2 great Daos fought fiercely, forcing the surrounding geniuses to retreat with their great Daos. Gu Hanyue suddenly walked up to Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on her face. Zhou Xuanji shot a glance at her and immediately understood what this woman wanted to do. He didn't panic. He still let his great Dao revolve around him at high speed. Come and hit me if you dare. If you can't kill me, you will be the one who loses. The other heaven's favorites couldn't care less about him. They all started attacking the great Daos of others. Most of the heaven's favorites were proud and arrogant. They would rather lose with a bang than win with no face left. But Zhou Xuanji didn't care. After all, he was an outsider. He didn't have many acquaintances in the Kunlun Origin Court. You still want to hide? Are you still a man? Gu Hanyue said with a cold snort. Her great Dao was like a crescent moon, slashing toward Zhou Xuanji's swordway. Zhou Xuanji's swordway was in the form of a silver sword. Facing the menacing great Dao, it suddenly flew up and fell toward Gu Hanyue's great Dao. This move was quite similar to the heavenly sword falling. Gu Hanyue smiled disdainfully as she manipulated her great Dao to collide with Zhou Xuanji's swordway. Boom! A gust of wind blew, fluttering the robes of the 2. Their great Daos also began to fight fiercely. Chapter 692. At first, Gu Hanyue despised Zhou Xuanji, but she didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao to be so tenacious. She couldn't defeat him easily. It seems that he really has more than a 12-star aptitude. Gu Hanyue narrowed her eyes as a ripple appeared in her heart. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Fairy, what's the benefit of eliminating me? Can one person get into the top 3? Only the top 3 would get a reward. Gu Hanyue said disdainfully, I didn't want to be in the top 3. I will vent my anger first. What top 3? This kid is crazy. Don't you see how many 16-star and 17-star geniuses are participating? You have to dare to think about anything. Just like the first 2 times I won, if I don't dare to think about it, how can I get it? Let's not be delusional. You get second, I get third. As for Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin, look at their fighting posture. How can they coexist? Zhou Xuanji said seriously. As he spoke, he deliberately pulled out the World Fool's sword and pointed it at the sky to show his determination. Gu Hanyue suddenly felt that it made sense. If I can get into the top 3 in the Great Tao aptitude, she was immediately tempted but still hesitated. How do I know that he won't plot against me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, A man can't stand without trust. If I were such a villain, how could I have come this far? Gu Hanyue was moved. Putting aside the Tao debate, Zhou Xuanji really didn't show any bad character. Okay, let's join hands. Gu Hanyue agreed. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Why am I so easily convinced? Is it because I want to get into the top 3? So far, she had never gotten into the top 3 in the first 2 events she participated in. Zhou Xuanji separated his sword Tao from Gu Hanyue's great Tao and said, Let's see if there are people who make us unhappy. We will eliminate them one by one and slowly develop. Let those super geniuses continue to fight. We will wait for an opportunity. Gu Hanyue nodded before taking Zhou Xuanji to find trouble with those enemies. Although Zhou Xuanji's sword Tao wasn't very strong, it was created by himself after all. It was perfectly compatible with him. Together with Gu Hanyue's great Tao, 2 against 1 was no problem. The great Taos were destroyed by them one after another. Those geniuses looked at Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue with hatred, but didn't dare to say anything. A loss was a loss. How could he lose his grace? After the battle, Gu Hanyue's impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. You're quite smart. Gu Hanyue glanced at him and snorted with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled, but did not reply. When this scene fell into the eyes of the people in the outside world, it caused a huge shock. Is this kid going to be a dark horse again? Gu Hanyue is so silly. Be careful not to be deceived by that kid. What's their relationship? Isn't Gu Hanyue an icy beauty? She actually joined hands with Zhou Xuanji. Damn it, it looks like he's going to enter the top 3. Why is it like this? I don't believe that he can still enter the top 3. The longbow divine range was in an uproar. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue teaming up, they were suddenly looking forward to it. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to counterattack again? This was a competition of great Tao aptitude. In the Yu family, the old beggar laughed heartily. This brat's ability to pick up women is truly inherited from me. Su Qing and Gu Tianxiao rolled their eyes at him. They were too lazy to refute him. Qiuhu winked at Xianxia and asked, Realm Lord Xian, are you angry? Xianxia tilted her head with a smile and replied, This shows that my little husband is charming. Why should I be angry? I wonder if I have such a blessing? Qiuhu choked. He quickly snorted and said, Of course. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Young Master Zhou is extremely talented and charming. He will naturally attract talented women, Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. But her smile was a little bitter. Fortunately, it was covered by a veil. Everyone continued to pay attention to the Great Tao aptitude competition. One had to admit that Gu Hanyue was indeed very strong. She controlled her Great Tao to cast all kinds of divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji's sword Tao was responsible for supporting her. The 2 defeated many geniuses one after another. This made other geniuses begin to imitate them. Only Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin were still fighting one-on-one. Ji Huanglin looked for Zhou Xuanji and said, Let's join forces. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay. It seemed that Ji Huanglin's ambition was not small. He wanted to be first. With Ji Huanglin's ability, there was still hope for him to win the top 3. Gu Hanyue furrowed her brow and asked through voice transmission, If he joins us, I will only be third. Zhou Xuanji replied, That's not necessarily true. What if he is first? Don't worry, I never buy or sell a loss. Seeing that he was so confident, Gu Hanyue could only give up. The pace of the Great Dao Talent competition was very fast. In less than half a day, 200 geniuses had escaped. Some of them did so because their Great Dao came into contact with other geniuses. The Great Dao of the Dao-treading Saint realm could hardly cause harm to other geniuses. But due to the rules, they lost. Wuxia suddenly brought one of his little brothers to Zhou Xuanji. "Brother Ji, come and cooperate with us. Let me eliminate this kid first," Wuxia said with a smile. In the Dao debate, he was eliminated by Zhou Xuanji in the first round. It was really shameful. He had to get back at Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, "Words are useless. Let's fight." Having said this, his Great Dao took the lead. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, controlled his Sword Dao to cast the Ancestor Dragon Sword, transforming into a 5-clawed silver dragon. Gu Hanyue didn't delay either. The three of them fought Wuxia and Zhou Xuanji together. Wuxia didn't expect Ji Huanglin to be so decisive. He had no time to retreat and could only fight. In the end, under Ji Huanglin's strong leadership, Wuxia and Zhou Xuanji were eliminated. In the process of flying to the superstar divine official, they were drooling with regret and resentment. Well, they were cursing. "Very easy," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he gave Ji Huanglin a look, asking him to look at Zhuge and Chumachin. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses was still inextricably tied. Their momentum was very strong, but it was a little weaker than at the beginning. If this continued, it would be very beneficial for Ji Huanglin. Ji Huanglin transmitted his voice to him and asked, "What is your goal?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Third, I have already won first place twice. I don't need another one." This sentence was true. It was too difficult to get first place again. Of course, if everyone was eliminated, leaving only a dying guy waiting for him, he wouldn't mind creating a historical record. He would be the first genius under the age of 1,000 to win first place 3 times in a row in the superstar competition. Just the thought of it was beautiful. After getting Zhou Xuanji's answer, Ji Huanglin seemed to feel more at ease. He took the initiative to walk toward the other geniuses. The three continued to fight. During this period, Zhou Xuanji was paying attention to the situation of the entire Saint competition. He specifically picked the geniuses with intermediate strength to fight. He kept the weak ones as if they were pigs. As for the geniuses who were too strong, he would let them exhaust each other and deal with them later. Chapter 693. Time passed bit by bit. Zhou Xuanji, Ji Huanglin, and Gu Hanyue seemed very relaxed. With the three of them working together, they were not tired at all. This also led to an increase in the number of small teams, with the largest group consisting of 6 geniuses. They belonged to the weaker group, so they weren't a threat for the time being. The stronger the prodigy, the more they didn't want to stick together. Ji Huanglin was an exception. He was too big a target, and even if he won with Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue, no one would say anything. Because in the eyes of everyone, he was carrying 2 burdens. Another half a day passed. There were only 71 prodigies left in the sacred arena. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the rest of the geniuses had at least 14-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji was very unusual among them. The battle continued. Zhuge and Chumachin were still fighting to the death. These 2 fellows didn't seem to care about the outcome of the competition of great Dao aptitude, and they only wanted to defeat each other. After all, they were the only ones with 17-star aptitude, and the divine ranges they came for were ranked extremely high, so the rewards were not important to them at all. They just wanted to prove themselves. As the number of sky prides on the sacred arena decreased, the atmosphere outside became livelier. This was the second to last competition. Looking at those spectacular and mystical great Dao mystiques, putting aside the stakes, it was also very enjoyable to watch. This kid hasn't been eliminated yet. Ha ha ha. I feel like I'm going to make a killing. The brother who bet on Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to drink with us later? Is there any justice in this world? A Dao trading venerable won 3 rounds in a row? What is Ji Huanglin thinking? I have a feeling. Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue are going to be tricked by this kid. Everyone cried out in shock. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walking on the sacred arena so casually, they all felt that it was unreal. That's ridiculous. Didn't this kid come from the longbow divine range? How could he befriend two super geniuses? Also, could Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue have the dignity of experts? Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue didn't know the reactions of the outside world. They had their own thoughts and goals. Zhou Xuanji did not look at them, but he was curious in his heart. Are these two fellows affected by the World Fool Sword? 3 days later, there were only 32 geniuses left on the sacred arena. Except for Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin, no one else dared to act rashly. Who do we fight? Gu Hanyue asked softly. Her eyes were a little excited as she looked around. Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji said. We're competing to see who can't hold back anymore. Those who could persist until now, except for him, were all powerhouses. Most of them had already reached the 9 vast heavens realm. Even if their great paths were suppressed, their magical powers were still powerful. Ji Huanglin glanced at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. In the team of 3, the weakest one was actually the one organizing the operation. Unknowingly, Gu Hanyue had already trusted Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin didn't care. Instead, he was observing Zhou Xuanji. This kid is not simple. The corners of Ji Huanglin's mouth curled up as he withdrew his gaze. About 2 hours later, some geniuses could not hold it in anymore and attacked Zhou Xuanji and the others. The leader was the 16-star prodigy Meng Shun. He brought along 2 16-star prodigies and 1 15-star prodigy. They could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji continue living like this. He was too despicable. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His golden great path turned into a giant, blocking the 4 great paths that were attacking him. He stood alone against the powerful enemies, looking awe-inspiring. Gu Hanyue followed suit, while Zhou Xuanji turned around because other geniuses were preparing to deal with them. You guys have to think this through. If I stay until the end, you guys will have a chance of winning. If it's any other genius, you guys will be under a lot of pressure. I've already won first place twice. I don't need another one. I just want to stay a little longer. You guys understand? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and the 2 geniuses who were walking toward him stopped immediately. That's right. No matter how cunning Zhou Xuanji was, he had to fight in the end. This kid's great Tao was not considered strong, so he was easy to deal with. They glanced at each other, then turned around and charged at Ji Huanglin and Ji Yunshu's enemies. Are you all idiots? Meng Shun roared angrily, almost dying from anger. However, the other party did not answer him. After they started fighting, the other prodigies followed suit, and a chaotic battle broke out. Zhou Xuanji controlled the sword Dao to coil around his body, forcing the geniuses not to attack him, lest they accidentally hurt him. Gu Hanyue secretly despised him, but she didn't say anything. With Zhou Xuanji around, they were indeed safer. Because those geniuses were too stupid, they actually believed his lies. However, it seems like I believe it too. Gu Hanyue furrowed her brow. She felt that something was wrong. But when she thought that Zhou Xuanji's great Tao wasn't strong, she dispelled her worries. Zhou Xuanji's right hand rested on the World Fool sword on his waist. He was in a good mood. Come closer, the closer the better. He smiled proudly in his heart, hiding his merits and fame. Unknowingly, except for Ying Zhuge and Chu Machin, all the other geniuses were within a kilometer radius of him. The World Fool sword was secretly playing a role. Because there was no doubt energy fluctuation, it made people ignore its existence. The other geniuses also had all kinds of accessories. The superstar divine official could tell who was using an artifact. If everyone could use an artifact, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't need to play. In fact, the effect of the World Fool sword wasn't that great. It was just a nudge. But sometimes, a little psychological deviation could change people's decisions. What's more, the situation on the sacred arena was changing rapidly. There was no time for them to think calmly. Boom! The great Tao of a 16-star genius was blasted apart. Then, he was moved away from the sacred arena by the superstar divine official. Ying Zhuge, it seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner, Chu Machin said with a grin. Chu Machin grinned. His smile was extremely ferocious. Zhuge was expressionless. He didn't make a sound. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Chu Machun immediately became angry when he saw this little move. This guy dared to be distracted while fighting me. I can't stand it. Chu Machun immediately activated his Great Tao and attacked with all his might. On the other side, Ji Huanglin was getting stronger and stronger. His golden Great Tao was like the sun, particularly eye-catching in the chaotic battle. Gu Hanyue's Great Tao was like the moon, defending him from his side. Zhou Xuanji would launch an attack from time to time. If he encountered a group attack, he would immediately retract his Great Tao and wrap it around his body. The geniuses were defeated one after another. The battle situation was getting more and more serious. When there were only 15 geniuses left on the sacred arena, except for Chu Machun, Zhuge, Ji Huanglin, and Gu Hanyue, the other 10 geniuses attacked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had persuaded almost all of them. How could they tolerate him to continue living at this point? If they let this kid continue, they would be really stupid. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow as he manipulated his sword Dao to cast the primordial chaos sword shadow. The silver Great Tao suddenly exploded, turning into billions of sword shadows suspended in the air, layer by layer, until the top of the void. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide. Damn, this is too wretched. Shameless. Everyone attacked together. This kid is unscrupulous in order to survive. There are so many of them. Although they are very weak, it won't be so easy to destroy them all. Chapter 694. Seeing Zhou Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow and transform the Great Tao into billions of sword shadows, the outside world was in an uproar. In order to survive, this brat would stop at nothing. Only the longbow divine range was excited. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji could still survive. Perhaps it would give them another surprise. Gu Hanyue looked at Zhou Xuanji with a weird expression and sighed. Is he really shameless? With so many sword shadows, he had to destroy all of them to eliminate his sword Dao. This was not easy, because these sword shadows were all flying around recklessly, and it was very easy for them to harm other Great Daos. He was stirring up trouble. Among them, many sword shadows had already approached Zhuge and Chu Machun. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, How shameless? This is a feast for the eyes for the spectators. That was true. Tens of billions of sword shadows filled the sacred arena. It was a spectacular sight. Even though countless creatures were cursing him for being shameless, it was undeniable that the atmosphere in the outside world was instantly ignited. The superstar divine official was satisfied. If Zhou Xuanji made it into the top 3 again, he would not be disgusted. Instead, it would be even more dramatic. The most important thing about the superstar competition was drama. If they were truly comparing aptitude and strength, why would they need to set up so many events? This was a stage that allowed the prodigies to display their talents in all aspects and boost their fame. The geniuses controlled the great path and charged forward, destroying the sword shadows one after another. It was as if fireworks were blooming above the sacred arena, extremely dazzling. Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue immediately stopped and looked up at the battle above. Although it was called a great battle, it was actually the geniuses' Great Daos surrounding Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji's way of the sword was divided into too many parts. Even though they were not dangerous, it would be too difficult to destroy them all. The geniuses didn't dare to let their Great Dao unleash its full power, because that would accidentally damage the Great Dao of other geniuses. When that happened, they might be surrounded and attacked by other geniuses. The Great Dao aptitude competition was coming to an end, so he had to be careful. After Chu Machun was infuriated by Zhuge, he had no scruples at all. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses became more and more violent, and the scope of their battle rapidly expanded. Even though he was far away, Zhou Xuanji was still shocked. Too strong. He even suspected that the superstar divine official had not suppressed their Great Daos to the Dao-treading venerable realm. No matter how confident Zhou Xuanji was, he felt that he had no chance of winning against these two geniuses. Soon, another prodigy was eliminated. When he was chasing the primordial chaos sword shadow, he accidentally hit another prodigy. In a short while, half of Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadows were destroyed, but the remaining sword shadows were still massive in number. They circled above the sacred platform like a tornado with a diameter of 30,000 meters and a height that seemed limitless. What are you guys waiting for? Make your move. You don't have to worry about injuring my sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji reminded him, looking like he was ready to sacrifice himself for justice. Guhan Yue and Ji Huanglin nodded and made their moves. Boom! Boom! The battle above them became even more intense. A violent gale blew, causing Zhou Xuanji's white clothes to flutter loudly. An hour later, in addition to the three of them, Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin, there were still two heavenly talents left. The chaotic battle came to a stop. Rilai Fu stared at Ji Huanglin and said solemnly, "Are you still going to be deceived by him?" Although this fellow had the name of Tathagata, he was not a Buddha. On the contrary, he was handsome and had long black hair. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, "Kill him first, then eliminate him, can't you?" Rilai Fu almost exploded in anger. A Tao-treading saint could survive until now, but he, a 16-star prodigy, was going to be targeted? Stupid. He cursed Ji Huanglin in his heart. At this moment, countless creatures were also cursing Ji Huanglin. Because Zhou Xuanji had won first place twice in a row, the vast majority of creatures thought that he would not enter the top 3 again, because there had never been such a precedent. They made a lot of bets for this. In their eyes, Ji Huanglin was like their father's murderer. The other prodigy was also furious. He was ready to join forces with Rilai Fu to deal with Ji Huanglin. Wait! Zhou Xuanji suddenly took a step forward and stopped them. Before the two could speak, he took the lead and said, "Think about it. Even if we are eliminated, can you compete for the top 2? The two frowned. They understood what he meant, but they still didn't want to be fooled. You've already come this far. Don't you want to go further? Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. In the end, the two of you will have a higher chance of winning against the three of us than against the other two. You know better than me how powerful they are. Moreover, the two beside me won't let me go either. I'll be in the limelight if I get 5th place." When he finished speaking, the outside world was already in an uproar. This brat, he's too despicable. Are these geniuses idiots? I can't watch this anymore. Of course. Think about it from his perspective. If you were him, wouldn't you want to go further? That's right. Zhou Xuanji is really too weak. If he stays until the end, he will be the best opponent for them. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Most creatures were cursing Zhou Xuanji for being shameless, but there were also many who were convinced by him. Smart and quick-witted. If he was not powerful enough, he could only rely on his brain. Every time Zhou Xuanji spoke, he was very casual, as if he really didn't care about the ranking. Coupled with the world fool's sword, the ambitions of the geniuses would inevitably grow wildly. Ji Huanglin and Rilai Fu glanced at each other before turning to look at Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin in the distance. Hundreds of millions of sword shadows rained down on Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin's great Daos. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take the lead, Rilai Fu completely believed him. Zhou Xuanji obviously didn't want to be in the top 3. He just wanted to stay in the top 3 for a while. So, he was willing to be cannon fodder. Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin's great Daos turned into 2 surging oceans with a diameter of 1,000 feet, just enough to cover them. Boom! 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 The 2 great Dao oceans blocked the primordial chaos sword shadow. The other 4 geniuses immediately rushed up, their great Daos following suit. Humph! All of you get lost! Chu Machin snorted coldly and shouted in a deep voice. His great Dao immediately split into a fire dragon to resist the joint attack of the 4 geniuses. Ing Zhuge could only be his opponent. He didn't allow others to intervene, even if one of the opponents was his good friend. Zhou Xuanji, watching from afar, sighed in his heart. Why do I feel that I can really enter the top 3? In fact, he was just trying to persuade them. So, his attitude didn't matter. But unknowingly, he had already entered the top 7. Interesting. While Chu Machin was distracted, Ing Zhuge immediately erupted. The blue great Tao suddenly expanded, swallowing Chu Machen's great Tao. It was a shocking scene. Not good. Chu Machen's expression changed drastically. He had already ordered his great Tao to retreat. Ji Huanglin, Rulai Fu, and the other geniuses increased their offensive. This time, Chu Machen was besieged by 5 geniuses. The situation was not optimistic. How could this be? Chu Machen's expression was extremely ugly. Rulai Fu saw hope and worked even harder. Chapter 695. In the face of the joint attack of the 5 prodigies, Chu Machen's great Tao kept retreating, and he was in great pain. At this rate, he would lose without a doubt. After all, Rulai Fu, Ji Huanglin, and the other 2 heavenly geniuses were not easy to deal with. Coupled with the explosive strength of Zhuge, how could Chu Machen be a match for them? Zhou Xuanji did not stray too far away. He moved closer to them, looking like he was going to advance and retreat with the 4 of them. At this moment, the divine range behind Chu Machen was probably in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji could imagine the scene of countless creatures cursing at him, but he didn't care. In the Kunlun Origin Court, divine ranges couldn't fight directly. They could only fight through the Great Elimination. In the Great Elimination, everyone's power was about the same, so Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of anyone. In any case, he and Chu Machen wouldn't run into each other. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Chu Machen finally couldn't take it anymore. His great Tao was blasted apart, and he was eliminated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others furiously, gnashing his teeth. Gu Hanyue heaved a sigh of relief. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and transmitted her voice, "You are really cunning." If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji acting first, they would have been delayed for a long time, because the deterrence of Chu Machen and Zhuge was too great. After Chu Machen was eliminated, the other geniuses all turned to Zhuge. As long as they eliminated Zhuge, they would have the qualifications to compete for first place. "Let's attack together," Zhuge said softly, and the blue path above his head suddenly turned into a giant, roaring at the sky with an extremely strong momentum. Seeing this, the 4 geniuses immediately attacked Zhuge together. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and comprehended the Tao. His heart quickly sank into absolute tranquility. Everything around him disappeared, and the great Taos appeared in his perception. Other than the great Taos of the 5 geniuses, he could also sense the existence of other great Taos stabilizing the sacred arena. He controlled his sword Tao to absorb the great Tao. The rules did not say that he could not cultivate on the spot, but he could not use his treasures. Otherwise, he could rely on the Xianxia map to provide him with an endless supply of Tao power. Of course, the other Sky Prides definitely had similar methods. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had entered a state of cultivation, the living beings in the outside world were incredibly excited. "You can still cultivate, Rulai Fu. Look behind you." It's not that they don't want to watch it, but they are busy dealing with Zhuge. My God, I feel more and more that Zhou Xuanji will counterattack. You're not alone. Everyone was very excited because the outcome of the Great Tao Aptitude competition was about to be decided. The beings of the Longbow Divine Range were also very excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji could enter the top 3, he would create history. He was the only 12-star prodigy who had managed to obtain first place twice and top 3 once in his first attempt. To be precise, no one below the 15-star prodigies had ever won first place twice in a single superstar competition. This kid, the old beggar's eyes widened, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He stared at the screen of light in the sky and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. The others did the same. Even Xiao Hu, who is usually very talkative, shut his mouth and watched the battle nervously. A look of anticipation appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She believed that Zhou Xuanji could give her a pleasant surprise. Boom, boom, boom. 5 types of great Taos collided madly with peerless might, causing the sacred arena to shake violently. Gu Hanyue looked back and saw that Zhou Xuanji was in a meditative state. She immediately became angry. She transmitted her voice and asked, "What do you want?" quietly recover while we're fighting? You want to catch us all in one fell swoop? Zhou Xuanji calmly replied. Even if I'm at my peak, can I defeat anyone here? I don't care, come here quickly. Gu Hanyue's tone was filled with impatience. If she listened to Zhou Xuanji again, this kid might really become first. I can't tolerate it anymore. Real Fu and the prodigies next to him also threw a threatening glance at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sighed and had no choice but to charge forward with his sword Dao. He once again used the primordial chaos sword shadow, turning into billions of sword shadows. He first used a billion sword shadows to explore the way before charging forward. Rumble. The 5 great Daos were hit by his billion sword shadows, slamming into the light screen at the edge of the sacred arena, as if they were about to break through the light screen. You, Real Fu said angrily. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Although Zhou Xuanji had accidentally damaged their great Daos, they couldn't blame Zhou Xuanji, who made him so weak. In addition, once he got close to Ing Zhuge, his great Dao would be destroyed. Ing Zhuge's great Dao giant shook his arms, directly shattering the billion sword shadows. It was extremely domineering. Immediately afterward, the great Dao giant raised his arms as 2 beams of blue light emerged from his palms and soared into the sky. The 2 beams merged into one, condensing into a lightsaber that was 50,000 feet long. The lightsaber slashed downward, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The 4 prodigies immediately manipulated their great Daos to cast their divine abilities to block this saber. Boom! The great Daos of Gu Hanyue and another prodigy were directly cut in half. Ji Huanglin and Real Fu's great Daos couldn't withstand it and bounced back one after another. This, Gu Hanyue's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. The superstar divine official waved his hand and moved them behind him. Gu Hanyue looked back and met Zhou Xuanji's gaze. Zhou Xuanji looked regretful. He even shook his head regretfully. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This was completely different from what she had expected. She suddenly felt that she had been played by Zhou Xuanji. But thinking about it carefully, Zhou Xuanji didn't target her. She had lost to Ing Zhuge. At the same time, Ing Zhuge erupted and took the initiative to attack Ji Huanglin and Real Fu. Not good. Real Fu's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He didn't want to be unable to even get into the top 3. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's great Dao condensed into the shape of a silver sword. It quickly rushed to the back of Real Fu's great Dao and slashed wildly. Real Fu was caught off guard. He had no time to resist because Ing Zhuge was charging at him. He quickly dodged, staying away from Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin charged at him from the other side. Damn you, Real Fu cursed. Why am I being attacked by a group of people all of a sudden? Under the interception of Ji Huanglin's great Dao, Real Fu's great Dao could no longer dodge. Zhou Xuanji controlled his sword Dao to cast Void Instant Kill. Swish! Real Fu's great Dao was pierced. Real Fu's eyes looked hideous. Fortunately, his great Dao was strong enough to hold on. However, Ing Zhuge's great Dao giant appeared behind him out of thin air. With a slash, his great Dao was directly cut off. Real Fu, a 16-star prodigy, was eliminated. Only Zhou Xuanji, Ji Huanglin, and Ing Zhuge were left on the sacred arena. Boom! The entire Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. A Dao treading saint was able to get into the top 3 of the Great Dao Talent Competition with his own wits. My Origin Court. You aren't lying to me, right? Damn, it's definitely an act. I don't believe it. There must be a divine range controlling the betting. My merit points are all gone. I can't live anymore. These bastards, there's something wrong with their brains. Zhou Xuanji got into the top 3. I can't bear it. I absolutely can't bear it. Are you telling me this is true? Chapter 696. Top 3. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh, a smile appearing on his face. This result had already made him very happy. Whatever happens next, He twisted his neck with a relaxed look on his face. Ji Huanglin and Ing Zhuge, on the other hand, were at loggerheads. Neither of them took Zhou Xuanji seriously because Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao was pitifully weak. Moreover, if they attacked Zhou Xuanji, it would give the other person a chance to take advantage of him. Ji Huanglin, I admire you very much. Just admit defeat directly. Otherwise, it will affect your performance in the competition of strength, Ing Zhuge said with an indifferent look. He was like a proud and aloof emperor. He didn't put Ji Huanglin in his eyes at all. The corner of Ji Huanglin's mouth rose as he said with a smile, there aren't many opportunities to fight with you. Not to mention, in terms of real strength, I am indeed not as good as you. But now you and I should fight. Not far away, Zhou Xuanji asked, Ji Huanglin, do you want me to help you? He had taken advantage of Ji Huanglin a lot. He wanted to return the favor. As for winning or not, he didn't care. Third place was enough. Sharpness was easy to break. No need, just watch from the side. If I win, you still have the hope of competing for first place. If I lose, it doesn't matter to me who the second place is, Ji Huanglin replied. His eyes didn't leave Ing Zhuge at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly controlled the Great Dao and slammed into Ing Zhuge's Great Dao giant. A great battle broke out again. Zhou Xuanji blinked. Is he going to give me the second place? He sighed. This time, it's really not that I want to be the second place shamelessly. His sigh was seen by all living beings. They could use their divine will to scan the light screen and hear their conversation. Shameless. This is too. Oh my God. He still has a helpless look on his face. This is totally taking advantage of him and still acting innocent. Are the thoughts of super geniuses so strange? Why didn't I meet such a genius when I participated in the superstar competition? Everyone exclaimed. Ji Huanglin's words made countless creatures vomit blood, especially those creatures who bet on him to get second place. Losing everything, the entire longbow divine range shook. Old ancestor Longbow's loud laughter came from the top. Even though he had a high cultivation, he couldn't cover the cheers of the entire divine range. Even though Zhou Xuanji had won first place twice, the creatures still didn't expect him to enter the top 3. From the looks of it, he could still get second place. Once he became second, the longbow divine range would truly have a turnaround. Ever since Zhou Xuanji got first place in the Dao debate, the longbow divine range had gained many industries and good relations with the divine ranges. Together with the merit points they had bet on Zhou Xuanji, they had made a lot of money. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Xuanji had become the hero of the longbow divine range. Even the other divine ranges nearby benefited from him. Zhou Xuanji was meditating on the ground with his arms folded across his chest, quietly watching the battle between Ji Huanglin and Ing Zhuge. It could be seen that Ji Huanglin was no match for Ing Zhuge. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ing Zhuge, on the other hand, was calm and collected. Who was this guy in his previous life? That's way too strong. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Ing Zhuge's aura was no different from a Dao ancestor. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this guy would be if he was unrestricted. Ing Zhuge said, Ji Huanglin, are you sure you want to continue? Ji Huanglin's expression didn't change as he continued to attack. Ing Zhuge shook his head, and then his eyes narrowed. The great Dao giant suddenly rose and angrily slashed at Ji Huanglin's great Dao. Boom! A bright light burst out. Ji Huanglin took 12 steps back. His face turned pale. He wasn't defeated. He was still holding on. His great Dao was like a fallen leaf in the wind and rain. It would scatter at any time. It's over. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't wait to end it. After the great Dao talent competition was the competition of strength. Soon, the superstar competition would end. He could then cultivate in peace and become stronger as soon as possible. What he was looking forward to the most was the great Dao tempering pool. It would be great if his sword Dao could transform. Just as Zhou Xuanji was lost in his thoughts, Ji Huanglin's great Dao suddenly burst out with a bright light. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by a powerful and unstoppable gust of wind. He crashed into the light curtain on the edge of the sacred arena. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, spilling all over the ground. Damn! Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He felt a churning pain in his internal organs. He even felt as if he was seeing stars. He landed on the ground and forced himself not to kneel down. The Great Dao Talent Competition is over. Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius Zhou Xuanji won first place. He will get 5 billion merit points and the opportunity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool for half a year. The Superstar Divine official's voice came from the sky. The sacred arena immediately fell silent. All the geniuses floating in the air were dumbfounded. They didn't expect this result at all. On the other side of the sacred arena, Ying Zhuge and Ji Huanglin also stopped. They also looked a little surprised. Ying Zhuge furrowed his brow. A look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Ji Huanglin was stunned. He fell into a trance. Zhou Xuanji was also stunned. Happiness came too fast. He couldn't react in time. I won just like that. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ying Zhuge and Ji Huanglin in confusion. The uproar of the Kunlun Origin Court had already caused the universe space to tremble. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Is this real? Are you kidding me? He can win like that? Is he pretending to be injured? This is too fake. Protest. He won. What an upset. My merit points. I'm not convinced. This is definitely a shady deal in the superstar competition. 1,000,000 years later, I must tell my descendants not to bet in the superstar competition. Absolutely not. All the divine ranges and origin cities were in an uproar. Shouts, exclamations, cheers, screams, and so on converged together. It was deafening. 5 billion. I'm rich, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He looked very calm on the surface, but he would laugh his head off in the future. In this superstar competition, he had obtained a total of 7 billion merit points. 7 billion. Some small divine ranges could only earn so many merit points in a year. Next, the Superstar Divine official sent them out of the sacred arena. Zhou Xuanji is also the first person under the age of 1,000 to win first place in the Superstar competition 3 times. He is also the one with the best results under 15-star aptitude. Remember, he is less than 600 years old this year. He is not a native of the Kunlun Origin Court, nor is he the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator. He comes from a mortal world and has fought his way to this point. Please remember this name. He will shine in the entire Kunlun Origin Court. The Superstar Divine official's tone was impassioned. Countless creatures came back to their senses and were shocked. In the eyes of most creatures, Zhou Xuanji was a dark horse. But they didn't expect his experience to be so legendary. He's less than 600 years old, and he came from a mortal world. The Superstar Divine official's words changed Zhou Xuanji's image. He had changed from a wretched, unscrupulous villain to a hard-working, inspiring miracle. Chapter 697. After returning to the Superstar Sacred Steel, Zhou Xuanji caught the attention of all the geniuses. Even Ying Zhuge and Chu Macheng were looking at him. Ying Zhuge's eyes were filled with curiosity. He was attracted by Zhou Xuanji's experience. Chu Macheng, on the other hand, had a complicated expression. He was very angry, but he knew that he should not vent his anger on Zhou Xuanji, because that would be unbecoming of a powerful cultivator. He could only hate those super prodigies who had eliminated him. Guhan Yue quickly walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said angrily, "You are really something? How could you get first place like that? Did you deliberately let your guard down just now?" Zhou Xuanji won the first place by being accidentally injured. It was so dramatic that Guhan Yue was very envious. She originally had a bad impression of Zhou Xuanji, but seeing that he really got first place, she could not help but change her opinion of him. No matter what, the result was everything. It was not as simple as luck to be able to rank first in the Great Dao with the cultivation of a Dao-treading saint. Together with the Superstar Divine official's introduction, she looked at Zhou Xuanji again and felt that there was a halo around him. "You really did it on purpose. That's good," Zhou Xuanji said helplessly as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he really didn't expect this. The other geniuses came up to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. After hearing the superstar divine official's words, they all felt that Zhou Xuanji was not just a 12-star genius. Such a prodigy must be befriended. Fierce Lightning Sovereign sized up Zhou Xuanji from high up in the sky and was shocked in his heart. He did not expect such a character to appear in this superstar competition. He previously felt that this superstar competition wouldn't be too exciting because he had hosted many superstar competitions. He felt that this superstar competition would only be a contest between Zhuge and Chu Machin. After living for countless years, he had even seen 18-star prodigies. Two 17-star prodigies naturally wouldn't pique his interest. This brat is interesting. I reckon that Ji Zun will like him. The corners of fierce Thunder Sovereign's mouth curled upwards. These words were spoken in his heart. Since the competition of strength was the last event, the superstar competition would give the geniuses some time to rest in order to make it exciting. At the same time, it was a chance for all the divine ranges and origin cities to open their bids. Zhou Xuanji became the most popular person. Almost all the geniuses came up to befriend him. Those who had lost to him in the past also took the initiative to express their goodwill. They weren't stupid. After the superstar competition, Zhou Xuanji would definitely soar into the sky and become a powerful existence. Coupled with his growth speed, only God knew what kind of existence he would become. He had become a champion of the superstar competition 3 times before he was 600 years old. Furthermore, he had come from the lower realm and fought his way up as a mortal. They even cursed in their hearts. Who had tested Zhou Xuanji for 12-star aptitude? It was as if he was deliberately tricking them. The outside world. Hong Yuan, the high-level examiner who had tested Zhou Xuanji's aptitude, was covered in cold sweat. He could not sit still. This kid. Hong Yuan was also doubting himself. Why could he not see through Zhou Xuanji? Could it be that there was really a problem with his assessment ability? He fell into a daze, unable to extricate himself. Zhou Xuanji recuperated as he waited for the competition of strength to begin. It took a lot of time to exchange pleasantries with more than 2,000 prodigies, and he had to endure the pain. About half a month passed. The competition of strength had finally begun. This time, all the top 100 super prodigies were participating. Just like the Great Dao Talent competition, it was a chaotic battle. However, they could go all out in the competition of strength. They did not have to worry about hurting others. The superstar divine official would try his best to save them. But if a prodigy died tragically, it would be normal. The divine ranges could not object. The sacred arena, which was tens of thousands of meters wide, seemed so small. A terrifying battle broke out between a group of people who surpassed Dao Ancestor. The light screen of the sacred arena twisted wildly, as if it would shatter at any time. Zhou Xuanji was also watching the battle. He found that his eyes could not keep up with the speed of these prodigies. Too fast. A bunch of freaks, Zhou Xuanji exclaimed in amazement. Zhou Xuanji was amazed. He heard that none of the top 100 geniuses were more than 10,000 years old. In the entire superstar competition, the oldest one was no more than 100,000 years old. 100,000 years old was still considered young in the Kunlun Origin Court. This battle lasted for a long time. The outcome was not beyond anyone's expectations. Zhuge, who was going all out, beat up the entire battlefield. He fought all the prodigies alone. No one under 16-star aptitude could take a single move from him. He was so powerful that he could explode. This battle was the least suspenseful. Before this, Zhou Xuanji thought that Chu Machin would have a 50-50 chance against Zhuge. He didn't expect Chu Machin to be pressed to the ground and hammered. Even if someone joined forces with him to deal with Zhuge, they still had no power to resist. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and looked at the geniuses descending from the cloud vortex. His eyes were locked on Zhuge. Zhuge felt his gaze and couldn't help but look over. Their eyes met, and their gazes collided in the air. If it was before their great Dao aptitude, Zhuge would definitely not have taken a fancy to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, work hard to grow. I want to fight with you at the same stage. Zhuge looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said. His voice was loud and clear, resounding through the sea of clouds. All the geniuses heard him and looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and did not reply. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't have the right to say nice words. He could only use his actions to prove himself. The Great Tao Tempering Pool will open at any time after the Superstar competition. Everyone can head to the Void Boundary Palace. There is a teleportation array there. The ferocious thunder, Sovereign said. Then, teleportation gates rose from the ground one after another, as though they were virtual projections. At this point, the Superstar competition was over. Zhou Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Gu Hanyue came up to him. Her face was covered in blood, and her hair was a little messy, but she still looked excited. Zhou Xuanji, when are you going to the Great Tao Tempering Pool? Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, Why? You want to take a bath with me? Gu Hanyue's face immediately turned cold when she heard this. She snorted and said, Wishful thinking. I just want to know more about you. If possible, you can come to our divine range. We are a top-tier divine range that ranks in the top 100. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I have no intention of going to other divine ranges for the time being. He continued to move forward and walk toward the teleportation gate. Gu Hanyue's beautiful eyes widened. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. This kid tricked me, and he doesn't want to talk to me for a while. No wonder his talent is so terrifying. He must have spent all his time on cultivation. What a blockhead. A month later, find Heavenly Sage Zhen Yin in the Void Boundary Palace. He will take you to reassess your aptitude. Ferocious Thunder Sovereign's voice suddenly rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji looked back and could no longer see Ferocious Thunder Sovereign. He smiled, turned around, walked into the teleportation gate, and disappeared. Back in the Saint Competition building in the Origin City, Zhou Xuanji was greeted by deafening cheers the moment he walked out of the teleportation array. He opened his eyes and found that the entire Saint Competition building was packed. Everyone was looking at him with excitement and fanaticism. Some even knelt down on the spot and worshipped him. Chapter 698. Zhou Xuanji, you're too powerful. Admirable. How did you do it? Your performance in the Great Tao is heaven-defying. He's so young. Seeing him with my own eyes, it feels so unreal. In this Superstar competition, apart from Zhuge, he's the most in the limelight. Did he really come from the lower realm? Looking at these people's excited expressions, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled before disappearing. Chengjiu, Longbow Patriarch, Yu Shenzhong, and other members of the Longbow Divine Range were already waiting outside. There's so many people. How do we squeeze in? Yu Shenzhong was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet. He couldn't possibly make a move, as that would make too many enemies. Ancestor Longbow was still in a state of excitement. No one knew what he was mumbling. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of them, and they quickly surrounded him. Everyone was so excited that they were talking incoherently. Under their escort, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Longbow Divine Range. Along the way, they met many creatures. Those creatures were very excited to see Zhou Xuanji. The Superstar competition was a grand event for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. All creatures had seen Zhou Xuanji, so they could recognize him at a glance. Now, Zhou Xuanji was a well-known face in the Kunlun Origin Court. His fame spread throughout the universe in a single day. After returning to the Yu family, Zhou Xuanji directly went to the courtyard. Xianxia, the old beggar, and Yu Xianxia had been waiting for a long time, and seeing him, they all leapt at him. Xianxia was the first to hug him. She pinched his face and said with a smile, Lang Jun, you're really amazing. This time, she did not add the word little in front of Lang Jun. The others followed suit and fought to be the first to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not know who to answer. He had already guessed that this would happen, so he was not surprised. The Superstar competition was conducted in front of everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji didn't need to introduce the process. He just talked about his state of mind. Everyone was speechless when they learned that this guy was very calm in the Superstar competition. Actually, this was very normal. One could not feel the excitement of all living beings in the sacred arena. After chatting for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji returned to his room. Xianxia followed him into the house. They were already husband and wife. Usually, when Xianxia came back, she would stay in his room. Xianxia would avoid looking at her every time. After returning to Skyfall, the two of them gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Xianxia was the first to tell everyone about this matter, and everyone fell into a state of shock. How long has it been? Father, is what Aunt Xian said true? Zhou Shaoxian swallowed her saliva. She didn't know how strong a Dao ancestor was, let alone how high the 9 vast heavens were. But Zhou Xuanji had conquered the top of the universe. Even his own daughter couldn't believe it. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji with a face full of admiration. She hugged his right arm with both of her hands like a little bird. Daoya old man sighed. Monster, monster! Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Lin Changge, and the others were so excited that they kept waving their fists. Too domineering. Too awesome. Even the ceiling at the peak of the universe could not block Zhou Xuanji's brilliance. You guys cultivate well. I will let Xianxia manage the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. When your cultivation is high enough, I will bring you guys to the Kunlun Origin Court one by one. As for me, I will cultivate with all my might. One day, I will open a divine vein for the Emperor's Sword Court, and we won't have to depend on others. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His words made everyone's blood boil. Open divine meridians. Strive for the Origin Court. Thinking about the great eliminations, professions, and all kinds of competitions in the Kunlun Origin Court, they couldn't help but feel excited. That was the real stage. On the same day, the Emperor's Sword Court held a banquet to celebrate. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Court thought that their grand teacher had returned. They were all very happy and excited. As for the existence of the Kunlun Origin Court, it was not made public. Knowing about the Kunlun Origin Court too early was not a good thing for the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Court. It was easy to bite off more than they could chew and not be satisfied with their current achievements. It was like a person who knew that his grandfather was a billionaire. His usual salary was 2,000 yuan, and his grandfather threw 10,000 yuan to him, but he still felt that it was nothing. It was difficult to feel a sense of accomplishment. After a few days of revelry, Zhou Xuanji preached to the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Court. He used the Sword Master Haki and Great Dao's voice to lead the tens of millions of disciples to cultivate. After 20 days, he left the world in the lotus and handed the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus to Xianxia. At the same time, he gave Xianxia 10 million merit points to go out and do fewer missions. He told her to stay in the Kunlun Origin Court and cultivate well. With Xianxia's strength, it was too dangerous for her to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. Xianxia had no objection to this. After witnessing the superstar competition, she also wanted to cultivate well. At least, she wanted to increase her cultivation. Zhou Xuanji left the Yu family and prepared to go to the Void Boundary Palace. After that, he would enter the Great Dao Tempering Pool to cultivate. Just as he was about to fly out of the Longbow Divine Range, old ancestor Longbow suddenly blocked his way. Brother Zhou, are you going to the Great Dao Tempering Pool? Old ancestor Longbow asked with a smile. He looked a little nervous. In the past month, the Longbow Divine Range had been trampled by envoys from various divine ranges. These divine ranges were all stronger than the Longbow Divine Range, making it difficult for him to neglect any of them. Even the top 1,000 divine range giants had sent envoys to visit him. Yes, what can I do for you? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had guessed the other party's intention. Now, he didn't lack merit points. As long as the Longbow Divine Range dared to keep him, he would continue to stay. You are already famous. You need to be careful. Some divine ranges will do anything to rope you in. Old ancestor Longbow sighed. He used to place his hopes on Zhou Xuanji. But now, he couldn't take it anymore. The conditions offered by those giants were too generous. With those conditions, the Longbow Divine Range would be out of danger and even reach a higher level. And if Zhou Xuanji grew stronger, he would fly away sooner or later. But he really couldn't bear to part with Zhou Xuanji. With Zhou Xuanji around, the longbow divine range would be popular. Not only could it earn a lot of merit points, but it could also attract countless creatures to flock to the longbow divine range. Now, who didn't know that the longbow divine range had found a super genius from the black market? Such a thing was extremely rare even in history. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Senior, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me at any time. Your longbow divine range took me in, which is why I have today's prestige. No matter where I am in the future, the longbow divine range will always be in my heart. If I can dominate the origin court in the future, I will surely support the longbow divine range." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. If it was another divine range who bought him, he might still be a slave. Hearing this, old Ancestor Longbow was moved. He even had a feeling of tears in his eyes. He patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder heavily and said, "I will try my best to keep you. But if I encounter a divine range that can really help you develop better, I will let you go. Whether you leave or stay, you can rest assured. Even if I have to hand you over, I will choose a divine range that is truly suitable for you." That was all he had to say. He had made himself very clear. Zhou Xuanji exchanged some pleasantries with him before heading to the origin city. No matter where he went, his strength was the most important. Chapter 699. Zhou Xuanji came to the Void Boundary Palace through the Origin City's Vocation Palace. He came to the tower where Heavenly Sage Yin had appeared before and waited. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths of time, Empyrean Yin appeared. Fierce Thunder Venerate had said that if he came to the Great Tao Tempering Pool, he would have to find Heavenly Venerate Yin to retest his aptitude. "You did very well in the Superstar competition. I will use my connections to let you stay in the Great Tao Tempering Pool for a year. Make good use of it." Empyrean Yin smiled and said kindly. He was like a completely different person from before. It was evident that Zhou Xuanji had given him a big surprise. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Many thanks, Heavenly Sovereign." Empyrean Yin smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me. Continue to maintain your sharpness. The better you perform, the more benefits I can gain and the more face I will have." After that, he brushed past Zhou Xuanji and said, "Follow me. I will bring you to test your talent again." Zhou Xuanji immediately followed. Now that he had created a sword Dao, his aptitude should be even higher. However, he wasn't expecting too much. At least he knew his own limits. Under the lead of Heavenly Sage Yin, Zhou Xuanji came to an empty palace. The walls were engraved with many ancient patterns. They were vivid and lifelike, as if many divine beasts would rush out at any time. As soon as they walked in, a golden mirror rose from the ground. It was 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Standing in front of it, your aptitude will be completely revealed, including your potential. Empyrean Yin said with some anticipation in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the golden mirror curiously. Under his gaze, there was no change in the golden mirror. It was still calm. He waited patiently, not in a hurry. Time ticked by. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji frowned. It couldn't be broken, could it? He was about to turn around and ask Empyrean Yin when a line of words appeared on the mirror. Heavenly Tao Creation, Heart Exterminating Divine Eyes Diagram of Providence Serendipity Great Way of the Sword. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this too detailed? It could even detect the fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world. Aptitude cannot be determined. Can be an 18-star aptitude. A cold voice came from the golden mirror, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. 18-star? Heavenly Venerable Zhan Yan's eyes also widened, and both of them instantly became anxious. 18-star, just a 12-star aptitude was enough for him to open the back door and take care of him. What did 18-star aptitude mean to him? Evie couldn't speak. At this moment, his mind was blank. There was surprise, bewilderment, and a strong sense of dread. Such a genius was not someone he could control. If there were no accidents, Zhou Xuanji would catch up to him in 10,000 years. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. Zhou Xuanji turned and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Now that his trump card was exposed in front of Emperor Jin Yin, he was naturally a little unhappy. Emperor Jin Yin sighed and said, 18 stars, unbelievable. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, you saw it just now? When Emperor Jin Yin heard this, he immediately laughed loudly. Only the examiner will be able to see his own potential, while the others can only hear the report from the mirror. This is also a form of protection for the geniuses. The only existence that can see your potential is probably the sovereign. However, the sovereign is busy in seclusion, so how would he have the time to pay attention to your mirror? Emperor Jin Yin shook his head and smiled. After saying that, he became excited again. An 18-star aptitude. How many years had it been since the Kunlun Origin Court had given birth to such a genius? Furthermore, this kid was not the reincarnation of an ancient almighty being. He immediately said, go to the Great Tao Tempering Pool first. Work hard. After that, he personally brought Zhou Xuanji to the Great Tao Tempering Pool. The Great Tao Tempering Pool was located above the Void Boundary Palace. It belonged to another realm and was heavily guarded. The ordinary soldiers guarding this place all had Tao ancestor cultivation, and the general guarding this place was even more unfathomable. Even Emperor Jin Yin had to bow to him. Dark clouds roiled here. There was a giant door in front of them, and above it was endless darkness. This boy has 18-star aptitude. I hope everyone can give him as much time as possible. Heavenly Sage Zhan Yin said, cupping his fists. As soon as he said this, all the soldiers looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. The Guardian General was 100 feet tall. He was wearing heavy black armor with a breastplate that looked like a dragon's head. His face was covered in a long beard, making him look like a demonic version of Zhang Fei. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, 18-star aptitude. No wonder you performed so well in the superstar competition. All right, go in. You can stay inside for 2 years. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. 2 years already? It seemed like the Kunlun Origin Court really gave preferential treatment to geniuses. He immediately bowed and walked into the giant door. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yin left quickly after bowing to the Guardian General. It wouldn't take long for Zhou Xuanji's aptitude to spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was walking on the sea of clouds. Along the way, he saw many warm water pools hidden in the clouds. Some were big, some were small, and most of the pools were already occupied. It was dead silent here. Only after walking in did he realize that there were so many powerful cultivators here. He didn't make a sound and soon found a great Tao tempering pool without any spirit. He walked straight into the pool and felt cold all over his body. He crossed his legs and began to circulate the greatly divine suppressor technique. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt that he was in the great Tao. As soon as he started cultivating, he felt that Tao energy was rushing at him from all directions, making his consciousness fall into chaos. His eyes unconsciously opened, revealing a pair of purple eyes that looked incomparably demonic. Longbow Divine Range, inside the Ancestral Hall. Old Ancestor Longbow and a group of high-level figures were standing in the hall. Sitting on the main seat was an evil-looking man. He was wearing a black and purple dragon robe. 2 fangs could be seen under his lips. He was wearing a phoenix feather crown on his head. He was sitting lazily. There was another person standing next to him. It was Ji Huanglin. Have you thought about it? The man in the dragon robe asked casually. Although his eyes were calm, they were full of majesty. Old Ancestor Longbow gritted his teeth and said, Sovereign, your conditions are indeed generous, but you must guarantee that after Zhou Xuanji goes to your place, you will train him with all your might. You can't let him be neglected. Sovereign. The man in the dragon robe was the range master of the 19th divine range. His name was Beast Sovereign. His strength was unfathomable. Beast Sovereign snorted and said in a displeased tone, If this sovereign doesn't value him, will I come in person? In the past, old Ancestor Longbow wouldn't even be qualified to see him. But for him to speak like this was already giving him enough face. Old Ancestor Longbow sighed and said, I agree. Ji Huanglin rolled his eyes and said, You already have enough resources. You made a big profit this time. Don't you think it's a little rude to show an expression of being bullied? Old Ancestor Longbow felt embarrassed and quickly apologized. The other high-level figures of the Longbow Divine range looked delighted. This was a deal that satisfied them all. It could even be said that they were pleasantly surprised. A genius like Zhou Xuanji would be a hidden danger if he stayed in the Longbow Divine range. It felt so good to have such a surprise while sending him away. Chapter 700. Zhou Xuanji didn't know about the deal between Longbow Divine range and Bee Sovereign. He was immersed in the Great Tao Tempering Pool. At this moment, his mind was in a mysterious state. His consciousness was empty, but it was still there. This feeling was very mysterious. Perhaps this was the absolute calm that the old immortal mentioned. He instinctively activated the Great Leap Divine Suppressor technique and began cultivating. Time flew. God knew how long it had been. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt his soul shake. His consciousness instantly sobered up. He found himself immersed in the Great Tao Tempering Pool. Sword Daos wrapped around his body and materialized into dozens of silver swords. It was very dazzling. This, Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. He found that his sword Daos were more than 100 times stronger. He immediately entered a meditative state and began devouring the Tao energy around him to help his cultivation grow rapidly. The Tao energy here was endless and didn't have any strong resistance. He could absorb it like a sponge. Awesome. This is so awesome. Zhou Xuanji wanted to let out a long cry, but it was very difficult to do so in the Great Tao Tempering Pool. Moreover, it could easily affect others who were cultivating. Time continued to pass. On this day, he finally broke through. Intermediate Tao Treading Saint. The Tao energy was like a stream that turned into a majestic river. It was unstoppable. The violent Tao energy made the water in the Great Tao Tempering Pool churn as if the water was boiling. Fortunately, it didn't make any sound. The surface of the pool was still calm. Under such a state, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. His greatly divine suppressor technique was also improving endlessly. It was unstoppable. No wonder the Great Tao Tempering Pool became the biggest attraction of the superstar competition. It was really exciting. If he could continue cultivating here, he didn't even dare to predict how powerful he would become. The speed of cultivation here was incomparable to the 4-star Tao rooms. Unfortunately, time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. While Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, he was suddenly pulled out of the Great Tao Tempering Pool by an extremely powerful force. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of the giant gate. You can break through to the intermediate Tao Treading Saint in just a year. If you stay here for 100 years, won't you become a Tao ancestor directly? A 700-year-old Tao ancestor, TSK, the guardian general sighed. The general sighed in amazement. Zhou Xuanji got up and bowed to him. Senior, how can I obtain the opportunity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool? Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and asked. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. The defending general couldn't help but laugh and said boldly, Go back and ask Heavenly Venerable Zhenyan. In order to nurture you, he will definitely arrange relevant missions for you. Zhou Xuanji noticed his strange expression, and so did the soldiers around him. Their gazes were filled with respect and admiration. He had not been like this before entering the Great Tao Tempering Pool. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and left quickly. Returning to the Void Boundary Hall, he did not go to find Empyrean Zhenyan, but directly returned home. A year had passed. He had to go back and take a look. Although she had the protection of the Longbow Divine range, he was still worried about her. Along the way, every living being that saw him would exclaim in surprise. It's him, Zhou Xuanji. He came out of the Void Boundary Palace, an 18-star prodigy. It's too scary. No wonder he was able to win first place in the superstar competition 3 times in a row. Why aren't those who mocked him jumping out anymore? Origin Court is really laughable. An 18-star genius was misjudged to be 12-star. They almost buried Zhou Xuanji. His cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the Tao Treading Saint. Zhou Xuanji listened to these discussions with a strange expression. The news of him attaining 18-star aptitude had spread so quickly. Was it done by the Origin Court, or was it deliberately pushed by heavenly venerable Xianxia? Not only that, but he also heard about the deal between the Longbow Divine Range and the Evil Sky Divine Range. The Longbow Divine Range couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted to send him out. The Evil Sky Divine Range was ranked 19th among the Super Divine Ranges. Ji Huanglin also belonged to this divine range. Zhou Xuanji was not disappointed by this, but rather looked forward to it. If he entered the Evil Sky Divine Range, would he be able to obtain the fortuitous opportunity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool? He was already addicted to the Great Tao Tempering Pool. He loved the feeling of quickly becoming stronger. At the same time, he wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. Reach the Tao Ancestor Realm within 1,000 years. In this way, he would be able to obtain the wish-fulfilling sword. His goal was the wishing gold treasure basket. In this way, the number of his divine swords would double in the future, which was equivalent to his strength increasing exponentially. Just thinking about it made him happy. In a good mood, he quickly returned to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan. After returning to the courtyard, Zhou Xuanji saw that only Xianxia was there. She sat in the stone pavilion, dignified and beautiful like a painting. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why are you here? Where are they?" Xianxia had a complicated look in her eyes as she said faintly, "They are all cultivating in the Tao Tower." Looking at Zhou Xuanji, she felt very complicated. The current Zhou Xuanji was no longer someone she could climb up to. She regretted it. If she knew this would happen, she would have taken the initiative to capture the man in front of her. In the future, she might never have the chance to see him again. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart turned sour. "Lady Yu, why are you waiting for me here?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense this woman's feelings, but he wasn't interested. It was so easy for him to get a woman. His relationship and experience with Xianxia couldn't move him. "The Evil Sky Divine Range wants to take you away. Are you willing?" Xianxia asked. Old Ancestor Longbow was too ashamed to come, so he sent her. Even if Zhou Xuanji was in a bad mood, he wouldn't vent it on a woman. Zhou Xuanji calmly nodded and asked, "When do we depart?" "Anytime." Just when Xianxia was about to answer, Ji Huanglin walked into the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Did you ask Be Sovereign to take me in?" He had a good impression of Ji Huanglin. This person was open and above board. He would not bully the weak and had the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your talent is desired by all divine ranges. However, ever since your aptitude of 18-star was announced, more divine ranges came. The Longbow Divine Range is probably regretting their decision. If they had a few more days, they might have gotten double the benefits." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xianxia felt very awkward and didn't interrupt. The Longbow Divine Range was a lower middle tier divine range, after all. Facing a super genius, they could only give way. "Then let's depart after my people come back," Zhou Xuanji muttered. He had heard about the Evil Sky Divine Range long ago. Although the name had the word evil in it, the Evil Sky Divine Range had a very positive reputation. No matter who they fought, the Evil Sky Divine Range was extremely domineering and never plotted. Especially Be Sovereign, who was famous in the Kunlun Origin Court. His power was extremely terrifying. Xianxia said, "I will send someone to inform them. After all, some of them don't know about your latest situation. They might be in closed-door cultivation for decades, or even longer." Since she couldn't make Zhou Xuanji stay, she could only try to leave a good impression on him before he left. What if they could meet again in the future? Chapter 701. "Thank you, Monsieur." Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianxia and said slowly, "It was Monsieur who bought us from the black market. It's hard to predict fate, but if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me." Although he had been bought by Xianxia, he had never suffered any hardship. His treatment was vastly different from that of the slaves in the Longbow Divine Range. Xianxia's emotions surged as she listened to his words, and all the words she wanted to say turned into a heavy nod. She quickly left to gather Xianxia and the others for Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are a void boundary war god, right? There's a mission after this. Let's do it together. This is a great opportunity. I'll do my best to protect you." "What serendipity?" Zhou Xuanji asked. In his eyes, apart from the great Dao tempering pool, there was nothing else that could be considered a fortuitous opportunity. It's a divine fruit that only bears fruit once every billion years. We need to snatch it. I'll tell you the specifics when the time comes. The reward for this mission are also very great. One of them is the time spent in the great Dao tempering pool. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't worried that Ji Huanglin would harm him. If that was the case, there was no need for Ji Huanglin to personally come to the Longbow Divine Range. Moreover, this mission wouldn't start immediately. The two began chatting in the courtyard. Ji Huanglin was very curious about Zhou Xuanji's experience, while Zhou Xuanji was curious about the Evil Sky Divine Range. The two told each other everything they knew and chatted happily. On that day, Xianxia, the old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others all returned. Sheng Tiandao said excitedly, 18-star aptitude, Evil Sky Divine Range. I really admire you to the point of prostrating myself before you. He rejoiced that he could cozy up to Zhou Xuanji before he left the heavenly law universe. It was the same for the others, especially the old beggar. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had 18-star talent, he became very worried. All along, he felt that he was the one who discovered Zhou Xuanji. But after hearing this news, he felt a great headache. He rode on Zhou Xuanji's coattails. No wonder that guy was so desperate for this kid. The old beggar sighed in his heart, while Gu Qianxia and Su Qing admired Zhou Xuanji. They had all tested their talents, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, they were not even worth mentioning. When a person surpassed their own attitude, they couldn't even feel envious. The gap between them was just too big. Xianxia didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with admiration. Once, she protected Zhou Xuanji. Now, she looked up at Zhou Xuanji. The change in status and the widening of the gap didn't disappoint her. Instead, she enjoyed it. Which woman doesn't want to have a man she can rely on? No matter how determined a man was, he would occasionally want to have a warm family. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to depart." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. On that day, Zhou Xuanji and the others left under the warm send-off of the Longbow Divine Range. Old Ancestor Longbow also shamelessly came to see them off. Tears streamed down his face as if he had lost his beloved. Half-truths and half-lies. His heart really ached. He was really embarrassed. After leaving the Longbow Divine Range, Ji Huanglin took out a small golden boat. It quickly expanded into a giant ship for them to land on. Rumble, the golden wheel suddenly tore through the universe and disappeared into the distance. It passed through the divine ranges as though it had teleported. On the massive ship, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not feel any discomfort. The old beggar exclaimed, "This divine ship requires at least 100 million merit points, and it can withstand the attack of a Dao ancestor." The others were speechless. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. "Should I buy such a divine ship too? If I offend a Dao ancestor in the future, I can still run away." He had 7 billion merit points. He could totally squander it. Ji Huanglin turned around and said with a smile, "With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he can choose any divine ship like this in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Not only that, but there are also divine clothes and countless treasures. There are only things that you can't imagine." 18-star aptitude was extremely rare even in the Kunlun Origin Court. After Beast Sovereign knew about it, he was overjoyed. His unhappiness with the Longbow Divine Range disappeared instantly. He felt as though he had picked up a great bargain. He was extremely excited. He had already formulated a training plan for Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to train Zhou Xuanji personally. Even in the Evil Sky Divine Range, there was only one 18-star genius. That genius had lived for countless years and had become one of the leaders of the Evil Sky Divine Range. The golden ship was extremely fast. After about an hour, they arrived at the Evil Sky Divine Range. The Evil Sky Divine Range was hundreds of times bigger than the Longbow Divine Range. They couldn't even see the top. After flying into the Evil Sky Divine Range, they saw a magnificent world. The Golden Divine Ship rose up without slowing down at all. Soon, they came to the top and landed on a wasteland. "Wait here. I will take him to the Range Master first," Ji Huanglin said before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. After saying this, Ji Huanglin left with Zhou Xuanji and turned into a ray of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see anything because of his Dao energy. After a while, the golden light dissipated and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. This was a brightly lit palace. The ceilings seemed to be inlaid with a bright sun. The temperature was very high. Creatures below the Saint Realm might not be able to bear it. Beast Sovereign was sitting on a crystal throne. After seeing Zhou Xuanji, he revealed a sinister smile. "Ji Huanglin, get down," Beast Sovereign said slowly. Beast Sovereign said slowly. Hearing this, Ji Huanglin immediately disappeared. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, Beast Sovereign." Since he had come to the Evil Sky Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji had to correct his attitude. He couldn't turn in a long out yin and tell Beast Sovereign what to do. If that happened, even if he had a 28-star aptitude, he would still die. "This Sovereign appreciates you very much. In the future, your ID card will be stamped with this Sovereign's mark. If you encounter danger, take out your ID card. In addition, this Sovereign will send someone to take you to choose your resources," Beast Sovereign said with a smile, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. This kid was devilishly talented. His behavior was also very good. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He understood etiquette. Such a genius could go further. Before Beast Sovereign's rise, he was also like this. Only when he was strong enough could he do whatever he wanted. "Thank you," Zhou Xuanji thanked him again. At the same time, he was looking forward to what kind of resources he would get. Beast Sovereign continued, "Your exterminating divine eyes have a very powerful origin. This Sovereign can find one of the 5 ultimate gods to teach you." Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of Barbaric Ultimate God and asked, "Can you save Barbaric Ultimate God? I am indebted to him for teaching me." With Beast Sovereign's ability, this shouldn't be difficult. Barbaric Ultimate God? It's a piece of cake. He will be your subordinate in the future. With your aptitude, he doesn't deserve to be your senior. Beast Sovereign shook his head with a smile. Beast Sovereign shook his head and smiled. He did not put Barbaric Ultimate God in his eyes at all. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Cultivate well. The Evil Sky Divine Range will do its best to nurture you. But you have to repay the Evil Sky Divine Range. Your first goal is to surpass and defeat Ingzhuge." Chapter 702. Ingzhuge. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Is the Evil Sky Divine Range related to his Divine Range?" In the Superstar competition, Ingzhuge left the deepest impression on him. How long would it take for him to catch up with such a powerful genius? The most important thing was that while he was cultivating, Ingzhuge was also cultivating. Ingzhuge was a 17-star genius and a super divine range. His cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. Yes, the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range are mortal enemies. Every time there is a great elimination, the two sides will fight to the death. Now that you have joined the Evil Sky Divine Range, they will also target you in the future. So, this sovereign needs you to suppress Ingzhuge and rub the Emperor Divine Range's spirit. Beast Sovereign nodded. Beast Sovereign nodded. When he mentioned the Emperor Divine veins, his expression turned a little cold. Zhou Xuanji could only say, "I will try my best." Since he had joined the Evil Sky Divine Range, he should serve the Evil Sky Divine Range. Beast Sovereign flipped his right palm as a fist-sized red flower with green petals flew out and quickly arrived before Zhou Xuanji. This is an 80-million year old Bodhi flower. After taking it, it can strengthen your physique. Your cultivation has been growing very fast recently, making your body a little weak, Beast Sovereign explained. After Zhou Xuanji took the Bodhi flower, Beast Sovereign waved his right hand and sent him out before he could even thank him. Ji Huanglin was waiting outside the door. Seeing Zhou Xuanji fly out, he said, "Let's go. I will take you to register your identity and collect the treasures in the blessed place." Zhou Xuanji nodded and put the Bodhi flower into the supreme storage. He swept his gaze around. This place looked very desolate. Thunderclouds were billowing. There were no weeds growing on the ground. The soil was a little moist. It was like a place where ghosts gathered. Under Ji Huanglin's lead, they came to a stone gate. Ji Huanglin swiped his ID card, and the stone gate immediately burst out with a colorful glow. They stepped through the stone gate and came to a bustling city in the blink of an eye. They were standing on a high platform that was 3,000 zhang above the ground. Buildings and pagodas stood in great numbers like mountains. Countless creatures were flying here and there. There were also many strange mounts and flying magical treasures. Heaven-shaking noises came from all directions. Zhou Xuanji could feel that the spiritual qi here was extremely majestic. It could even be compared to the space where the superstar sacred steel was located. As for the longbow divine range, it couldn't be compared to this city. As far as the eye could see, the appearance of the giant city was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Ji Huanglin flew in a certain direction, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. Along the way, the creatures that passed by first bowed to Ji Huanglin before looking at Zhou Xuanji. All of the creatures' first reaction was to be stunned. "SSS, Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji." A man suddenly cried out in alarm. His voice was extremely loud, and it sounded like he had obtained an opportunity. Shua. Countless gazes locked on Zhou Xuanji from all directions. After the superstar competition, who could forget Zhou Xuanji's face? It's really him. Di Zun is mighty. He really managed to rope in this 18-star prodigy. Damn it. He made me penniless, but I still can't hate him. With Ji Huanglin leading the way personally, it seems that Sovereign Emperor wants to focus on nurturing Zhou Xuanji. Nonsense. 18-star aptitude. If it were you, wouldn't you nurture him? All sorts of discussions entered Zhou Xuanji's ears, but he was very calm and his expression did not change. He had experienced such scenes many times. Although it was not as impressive as this, he was already used to it. However, the evil sky divine range was indeed more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Half an hour later, Ji Huanglin brought Zhou Xuanji to a silver-white palace levitating in the air. There were many creatures walking along the corridors of the palace, and all of them were existences that Zhou Xuanji could not see through. They first came to a side hall. There were many wooden cabinets in the hall, and each of them was a flying artifact. They looked like models, and even the biggest one was not as tall as Zhou Xuanji. You can pick any artifact here. All of them are flying artifacts that can be controlled with spirit stones. You don't have to use your Tao energy to control them. Ji Huanglin introduced. Ji Huanglin introduced, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately wandered around the hall. Since he was going to choose, he would choose the highest and most expensive one. Each artifact had a wooden plate in front of it with a price tag. The lowest one needed 50 million merit points, which made him sigh in amazement in his heart. The gap between divine ranges was really huge. Soon, he came to a phoenix carriage. The carriage looked like it was made of gold. It was resplendent and noble. It was pulled by 3 fire phoenixes, and 2 fire cheilants were beside it. They were flapping their wings and galloping on the spot like living spirits. The price was 3 billion merit points. This was much more expensive than Ji Huanglin's golden wheel. This is the Tri-Phoenix Cheelan carriage. These 5 gods all have the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. As your cultivation grows, they will continue to grow stronger. This is the only one in the entire evil sky divine range, and it has just been built. You came at the right time. If it were someone else, no matter how many merit points they had, they would not be able to buy it. Ji Huanglin walked up to Zhou Xuanji and introduced it to him. There was a trace of envy in his tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Then I want it." Ji Huanglin nodded before waving at a middle-aged man not far away. As expected, everyone here knew Zhou Xuanji. B Sovereign had already ordered that no matter what Zhou Xuanji chose, they would give it to him directly. Of course, he could only choose one treasure of any type. And so, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and sealed it in a scroll. Ji Huanglin told him that it would be best to let the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognize him as its owner after breaking through to Dao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing this. Such an eye-catching treasure had to be hidden for a while longer. However, once the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognized him as its owner, it would be equivalent to having 5 pets with the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. Just thinking about it made him excited. Next was the selection of the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. They were also selected in a palace. Each Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were marked with their grades and prices. There was also a general introduction. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could look down at the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. In the end, Zhou Xuanji chose a Grotto Heavens and Blessed Land called Pure Sword Heaven. It was an extremely vast and independent world. The spiritual qi there was also top-notch in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Ji Huanglin, who was leading the way, suddenly felt tormented. This kid's appetite is really big. He didn't keep a low profile at all. He chose the best. After that, Zhou Xuanji chose a divine robe worth 1 billion merit points. It was called the Purple Sky Stardust Robe. It could automatically adjust to the size of one's body. It contained restrictions that could resist fatal attacks, avoid the damage of space-time electric currents, and even transcend tribulations. It had many functions. After Zhou Xuanji put it on, his entire temperament suddenly changed. Coupled with his purple eyes, he looked like a divine lord. He was majestic, handsome, domineering, and confident. When he stood next to Ji Huanglin, people could feel that his aura wasn't weak at all. It was even slightly stronger. Ji Huanglin didn't have such an expensive divine robe. Even if he had so many merit points, he was reluctant to squander them. Clothes make the man. As soon as Zhou Xuanji came to the Evil Sky Divine Range, he became rich instantly. He was in a great mood. Chapter 703. After getting the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, Pure Sword Heaven, and the Purple Sky Stardust Robe, Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. However, the surprise was not over yet. Ji Huanglin took him to continue picking boots, crowns, servants, and so on. Beast Sovereign was completely considerate of him in all aspects. He had never imagined such treatment before. He was only protected in the Longbow Divine Range and received a few merit points. Looking at the Evil Sky Divine Range, they were very generous, showing the bearing of a super divine range. Zhou Xuanji's identity medallion was also transformed into the identity medallion of the Evil Sky Divine Range. The identity medallions of different divine ranges were different to indicate their identity. If they were the same, there would definitely be a fight. After half a day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the golden ship with a rich harvest. Next, they were going to Pure Sword Heaven. Master, how was it? What did they give you? Qiuhu asked curiously with a face full of expectation. The more generous Zhou Xuanji's treatment was, the more comfortable they would be. The old beggar nodded and said, "You can see how much the Evil Sky Divine Range values you now." Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Don't ask, you will know soon." His tone was filled with helplessness. These guys didn't seem to know what 18-star aptitude meant. Any divine range would vigorously cultivate them and even have the opportunity to sit on the position of Range Master. Beast Sovereign used to have 18-star aptitude. He was recruited by the Evil Sky Divine Range and took over the Evil Sky Divine Range after becoming powerful. He was now looking for an inheritor. Divine ranges were like this. The position of Range Master wasn't the best. After a long time, one would get bored and want to rest. How many things did a divine range need to consult the Range Master? No matter how great one's ambition was, it would be worn down by time. Especially for super divine ranges like them. They had a solid foundation. There wouldn't be too much trouble and it would be difficult to shake other super divine ranges. Next, the golden ship set sail for pure sword heaven. Everyone was very curious about their next destination. Xianxia couldn't help but ask Zhou Xuanji telepathically. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything from her. He told her everything he had obtained, which made her eyes widen. Putting aside pure sword heaven, the treasure Zhou Xuanji obtained added up to more than 5 billion merit points. After all, she had been the longbow divine range before. She knew how huge this number was. It seemed that the evil sky divine range really regarded Zhou Xuanji as a treasure. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they came to a vast ocean, and Ji Huanglin asked Zhou Xuanji to take out the pure sword heaven token. Pour your Dao power into it, and shoot it forward to create an entrance to the barrier. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. Soon, a hole that was dozens of feet wide appeared in front of him, looking like a whirlpool. The golden divine ship sailed into it, and they arrived at a vast and majestic world. The blue sky and blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. There were many creatures here, but none of them had developed intelligence. They were like animals in the mortal world. The golden divine ship continued forward, bringing them around pure sword heaven. This world will belong to Zhou Xuanji from now on. This is definitely the most top-notch grotto heaven in the evil sky divine range. You can only enter with Zhou Xuanji's permission. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. You guys who follow him are really blessed. Ji Huanglin introduced with a smile. Even his blessed lands were not as high grade as Zhou Xuanji's. Although he was envious, he was not jealous. He had always had the dream of becoming the lord of the evil sky divine range. Zhou Xuanji was of the same generation as him. Zhou Xuanji might become his right-hand man in the future. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to grow too slowly. Xiao Hu, Shang Tiandao, the old beggar, Si Mingyan, Su Qing, barbarian god Huang Luo, and the others were all dumbfounded. Such dense spiritual qi and such a huge world all belonged to Zhou Xuanji alone. Those who were brought by Xianxia from the demon realm were trembling with excitement. Their realm lord's man was so favored. Their status would surely rise as well. After wandering around for a while, Ji Huanglin moved them out and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Those servants will come in a few days. At the same time, they will assign you a maidservant in charge. You can look for her if you need anything. You can trust her completely. This maidservant has been cursed. If she dares to disobey the master or the evil sky divine range, she will be destroyed by the heavens." After that, Ji Huanglin left quickly on the golden divine ship. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully, "Lang Jun, it seems like you are blessed to have a maidservant to serve you." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and didn't bother to reply. Next, they began to choose a place to stay. Zhou Xuanji naturally wanted the most precious place, and so everyone dispersed. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia came to the highest peak. The spiritual qi here was the densest. The entire mountain was planted with all kinds of treasures. "Are you going to move Emperor's Sword Court next?" Xianxia asked. Although pure sword heaven was huge, it would be consumed sooner or later if a force was allowed to take root. It was also easy for disputes to arise. The evil sky divine range gave him pure sword heaven because they hoped that he could cultivate in peace and not waste time on other things. Zhou Xuanji said, "They can't withstand such spiritual qi. They need to have at least connecting heaven level 10 cultivation to be qualified to come here. Moreover, developing here is not a good thing. If Beast Sovereign hears about it, what will he think?" There were countless forces under the divine range, but most of them were scattered at the bottom of the divine range, at the edge, or in the Kunlun universe. In terms of the number of living creatures, the divine range was strictly controlled to prevent enemies from sneaking in or to make the divine range lose balance. Xianxia nodded. Zhou Xuanji immediately sat down and began cultivating. Xianxia, on the other hand, built a building nearby. The old beggar, Xiao Hu, and the others also found their own places to settle down. They were far away from each other, not wanting to disturb each other. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. A group of creatures exuding powerful auras flew over from the horizon and arrived above the mountain where Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia lived. The leader was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her temperament seemed a little cold. She was dressed very nobly. The creatures behind her were divided into 2 groups of men and women. There were 3,000 of them each, and all of them looked expectant. They were naturally curious about Zhou Xuanji, who had been in the limelight recently. This slave, Xianxia, has brought 6,000 slaves to greet the Lord, the woman in red said with cupped fists. The woman in red cupped her fists and said respectfully. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, "Come here." Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately came over to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on a boulder cultivating, looked at her and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Xianxia, kneeling in the air, replied, 3 vast heavens cultivation. Those slaves are in the saint realm. They are responsible for taking care of pure sword heaven. 3 vast heavens. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Such an expert is his maid? 9 vast heavens was just a general term for a realm. It was divided into 1st vast heavens, 2nd vast heavens, 3 vast heavens, and so on. The strongest was 9 vast heavens. Chapter 704. While Zhou Xuanji was observing Xianxia was also secretly observing Zhou Xuanji. She had also watched the superstar competition. Zhou Xuanji had left a deep impression on her. When she knew that she was going to be Zhou Xuanji's maidservant in charge of matters, she was pleasantly surprised. A woman like her would eventually be attached to a prodigy of the evil sky, divine range. None of the maidservants had ever left the divine range. They had never even been to the origin city. They had always been gathered together to cultivate and learn all kinds of knowledge. At the same time, they had to maintain their purity so that their future master wouldn't dislike them. It was Xianxia's first time going out, so she was very nervous. She could only pretend to be calm and indifferent. Xianxia appeared not far away and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia understood that she was Zhou Xuanji's woman, so she respectfully saluted. In the future, I'll leave the trivial matters of pure sword heaven to you. My subordinates are also in pure sword heaven. You can go and get to know them to avoid future misunderstandings. Take the servants to make arrangements. Don't disturb me unless I have instructions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was very satisfied with Xianxia. At least this woman was pleasing to the eye. Understood. Xianxia immediately left and arranged for 6,000 slaves to settle down. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and closed his eyes to cultivate. After everything settled down, he prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. She also found a place to cultivate. The news that Zhou Xuanji had entered the evil sky divine range spread like wildfire in the divine range. The resources that he had obtained were even hotly discussed by countless creatures. Dizun really put in a lot of effort. As the range master, it was impossible for Sovereign to use all the resources of the entire divine range. After all, there were many old immortals behind the scenes. Each of them had their own power and resources. Zhou Xuanji's divine range access was so rich. Naturally, it was Sovereign who paid for it. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji was the most famous person in the evil sky divine range. Everyone knew about him. The news spread further and further, and it even spread to the other divine ranges and origin cities, becoming the topic of conversation for countless living beings. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed quickly. Ji Huanglin came to visit again. He was carrying a cage with barbaric ultimate god inside. It was curled up like a docile black cat, looking very cute. Seeing barbaric ultimate god, Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. He said, "Don't pretend to be asleep. Isn't it better to escape with your life?" Having heard this, barbaric ultimate god opened his eyes awkwardly, but he still did not dare to look into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Although it placed its hopes on Zhou Xuanji to escape, it did not want to become his subordinate. When it heard this news, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. First, it was ecstatic, then it collapsed. It couldn't believe that Zhou Xuanji had so much power to make beast sovereigns speak in person. Later, it learned from the powerful cultivator who escorted it that Zhou Xuanji had won the first place in the superstar competition 3 times and was tested to have 18-star aptitude. 18-star. It almost wanted to curse the heavens. On what basis did this kid attain 18-star aptitude? It had been a torturous journey for it. It was too painful. Humph. Hurry up and call me master. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. Barbaric ultimate god seemed to have suffered a lot. He said weakly, "Master." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said to Ji Huanglin, "Many thanks." In just half a year, the barbaric ultimate god had been sent to him. Beast Sovereign was really powerful. After all, the barbaric ultimate god had a special identity and was suppressed in the Great Elimination. How many connections did he have to go through? It's a piece of cake. Let's start the master recognition and seal it, lest this guy offends his superior. Ji Huanglin took out a white talisman with red characters and handed it to Zhou Xuanji. Barbaric ultimate god heaved a heavy sigh. It was extremely uncomfortable. It felt even more uncomfortable when it remembered that it had dug out Zhou Xuanji's heart. In the future, it would definitely have a dark time under Zhou Xuanji's control. Under Ji Huanglin's guidance, Zhou Xuanji integrated the white talisman into his body and established some kind of connection with the barbaric ultimate god. He felt that he could make the barbaric ultimate god suffer a fate worse than death with just a thought. He could even kill it directly. His feeling was too good. He couldn't help but smile when he recalled how arrogant the barbaric ultimate god was. Seeing his smile, barbaric ultimate god felt ashamed. After that, Zhou Xuanji and Ji Huanglin exchanged some pleasantries before Ji Huanglin left. Zhou Xuanji introduced the barbaric ultimate god to Xianxia and Xianxia. He also told the barbaric ultimate god not to hurt any creature here. The barbaric ultimate god had been cursed. How could it dare to court death? If it hadn't dug out its heart, it would have dared to be mischievous. But now, it could only admit defeat. Xianxia was very surprised after learning the identity of the barbaric ultimate god. After all, she was born and raised in the Kunlun origin court. Naturally, she had heard of the myths and legends of the 5 ultimate gods. She didn't expect that such a person was still alive and had become Zhou Xuanji's slave. She was excited about this. Beast Sovereign was really going to support Zhou Xuanji. She would be Zhou Xuanji's woman for the rest of her life. The stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better she could live. At this point, the barbaric ultimate god joined the pure sword heaven. Zhou Xuanji would ask it for the Great Li divine suppressor technique when he wasn't cultivating. In order to please Zhou Xuanji, barbaric ultimate god also did its best. 20 years passed. During this time, Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 3rd level of the Great Li divine suppressor technique. The number of Great Li avatars had reached 2,370. This was all thanks to the barbaric ultimate god's dedicated cultivation. The barbaric ultimate god was also very surprised. The current Zhou Xuanji was like a completely different person. His cultivation talent was really terrifying. Not only him, but Zhou Xuanji also noticed it. When he was cultivating in the past, his cultivation speed was not this fast. At first, he thought it was because of the pure sword heaven, but later he realized that it was not the case. His aptitude had indeed increased. He suspected that it had something to do with the Great Tao tempering pool. Otherwise, why would he have such a sudden change? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. He was very close to becoming a late-stage Tao-treading saint. No wonder the cultivation of those geniuses was so terrifying. The spiritual qi and Tao power of the super divine range were really abnormal. Ever since he came to pure sword heaven, he felt that he was close to becoming a Tao ancestor. Xianxia, Qiu Hu, and the others were also cultivating diligently. They did not leave pure sword heaven. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was awakened by the mark on the ID medallion. He opened his eyes and took out the medallion. "Brother Zhou, our Xian Mao's next mission is about to begin. Are you free?" Yi Jun's voice came from the identity token. Although he was laughing, his laughter was a little uneasy and not as carefree as it used to be. The current Zhou Xuanji was enough to make him revere him. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Anytime. Give me a time." After cultivating for so long, he needed to test his strength. It was not a good thing to keep cultivating blindly. "Very well, then I will confirm it in a month. Go early and come back early. Don't worry, the rewards of this mission will not disappoint you," Yi Jun said excitedly. Zhou Xuanji nodded in response, and the conversation ended. Zhou Xuanji took back his ID medallion with a look of anticipation. After cultivating for 20 years, it was time to show off. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 705. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji left pure sword heaven and headed for the origin city near the evil sky divine range alone. No one stopped him, but he could feel several divine senses scanning him. Although the Kunlun origin court was safe, B Sovereign was still worried that something would happen to him. Even if he was worried, B Sovereign would not stop him. Even the strongest prodigy had to go through the baptism of battle. After coming to an unfamiliar origin city, Zhou Xuanji asked around and found out where the vocation palace was. His appearance caused a commotion in Fengyuan City. All the living beings in this origin city came from the nearby great divine ranges. They were powerful, but they were still very excited and curious to see Zhou Xuanji. This year's superstar competition had made Zhou Xuanji successful. Later, it was revealed that he had 18 star aptitude, which meant that he had more potential than Ingzhuge. Zhou Xuanji evaded along the way and finally came to the Vocation Palace. He found the side hall of the Void Boundary War God and teleported to the Void Boundary Hall. He wasn't on the first floor, but on the 98th floor. He went straight up. Different origin cities had different teleportation locations. Generally speaking, the stronger the origin city, the higher the teleportation array in the Void Boundary Palace. Soon, he arrived in front of the tower where Emperor Zhen Yin was. Nangong Jiayin, Yi Jun, Su Huang, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him walk over, Xian Mao's Dao Lords came up to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji was already above them. When they heard that Zhou Xuanji had obtained a massive amount of resources from the evil sky divine range, although they were envious, they didn't dare to have any ill intentions. If they dared to plot against Zhou Xuanji, the evil sky divine range would surely kill them at all costs. This was also the reason why the evil sky divine range spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's treatment. They wanted to tell the Kunlun Origin Court how much they cared about Zhou Xuanji. All right, enough with the pleasantries. You'll have plenty of opportunities later. Come here. I'll explain the details of this mission. This mission involves a divine range, so I can't let you go rashly. Emperor Zhen Yin said, drawing everyone to him. This task is to capture a Dao-treading venerable. Although his strength is not strong, he used to be from the Emperor Divine Range. The Emperor Divine Range has never put him on the wanted list. The Void Boundary Palace suspects that the Emperor Divine Range wants to protect that guy. After all, that guy has the soul of an ancient giant demon in his body. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yin talked endlessly, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. The Emperor's divine veins? He suddenly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Could it be that this was arranged by B Sovereign? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that he didn't encounter any questioning from the evil sky divine range along the way. It seemed like they wanted to test how he would react when facing the Emperor's divine range. After all, the evil sky divine range and the Emperor divine range were mortal enemies. The target's name was Xiehuoli. He had a special bloodline and a 17-star aptitude. However, he could easily lose control. After Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yin handed over the task, Xian Mao left through the space-time tunnel. Brother Zhou, this divine robe of yours is not simple, right? Yi Jun said in amazement as he looked at Zhou Xuanji's purple sky stardust robe. His tone was filled with envy. It was the same for the others. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and said, "It's a gift from the divine range. I can't afford the clothes you are wearing." A Tao ancestor asked about the price of the purple sky stardust robe out of curiosity. After hearing Zhou Xuanji's answer, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the rumors were true. Zhou Xuanji received resources worth more than 5 billion merit points on the first day he joined the Evil Sky Divine Range. Nangong Jiayin said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, you've soared to the sky this time. Don't turn against us in the future." The others teased him as well. Unknowingly, their attitudes were lower than before. "I only treat people based on feelings, not identity," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He had a good impression of Xian Mao. At least, they had never had any conflicts. They were united during missions and were highly efficient. The group chatted as they headed toward the universe where Xiaohuli was. That universe was a high-level universe, but the previous overlord was destroyed by a divine range. Now, the universe was in chaos. Xiaohuli thought that he could hide there to avoid the disaster, but it was a pity that he underestimated the Void Boundary Palace's intelligence capabilities. Even without spies, the Void Boundary Palace could divine it. It was extremely horrifying. There was no danger along the way. 3 days later, they came to the target universe. Su Huang, bring the 6 of them to gather intelligence. We will wait here, Yi Jun instructed. Having heard him, Su Huang and the other 6 Dao ancestors nodded, and they left quickly. This mission involved the Emperor Divine Range, so they had to be careful. Zhou Xuanji immediately sat down in the void and began cultivating. Seeing how diligent he was, the others looked at each other in dismay. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The more talented a prodigy was, the more they would risk their lives to cultivate. Nangong Jiayin asked Yi Jun, "There is news that Zhuge may come. If we meet him, we must escape, especially Zhou Xuanji. We must save him even if we risk being imprisoned." Yi Jun nodded. The other Dao Fathers had no objections either. If they were captured, they still had a chance to live. But if Zhou Xuanji was captured, the Evil Sky Divine Range would surely not let them off. Super Divine Ranges were all very domineering. Zhou Xuanji heard their conversation, but did not open his eyes. This was the reality. Even if he pretended to refuse, it was useless. Xian Mao wasn't giving him face. He was just afraid of the Evil Sky Divine Range. In the blink of an eye, 7 days later, Su Huang and the others came back one after another. 2 of them were still injured. There were many native powerhouses in this universe, and the strongest among them could reach the 9 vast heavens realm. There are indeed traces of the Emperor's divine pulse. Xiaohuli's information has been blocked, so we can't get any information. However, there is good news. Aside from us, there are other teams of Void Boundary War Gods who came here for a mission. Maybe we can join forces with them. Su Huang said with a solemn expression, which made Yi Jun frown. The mission target was only one person. If they joined forces with other teams, they would have to fight in the end. But fighting with Void Boundary War Gods was better than offending the Emperor's divine range. Yi Jun looked at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. Maybe he could use Zhou Xuanji to intimidate the other Void Boundary War Gods. Sure, after we complete the mission, if there are other teams competing with us, we will use Zhou Xuanji to repel them, Yi Jun said. After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Brother Zhou, do you mind?" Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "I don't mind. With such a powerful backer, how could he not make use of it? Moreover, the more powerful he was, the more prestigious the Evil Sky Divine Range would be." This was not Wanshan Great Thousand. The Evil Sky Divine Range's status was much higher than the Divine Cliffs. Even the top-ranked Super Divine Ranges would find it difficult to destroy the Evil Sky Divine Range. The group heard him and became excited. They began to discuss the plan. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His purple pupils looked extremely evil. "Someone is coming," he said with a deep voice. His exterminating divine eyes were extremely perceptive, so he discovered the situation before Yi Jun and the others. Having heard him, the group immediately took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. A stream of rainbow light came from the depths of the universe. Its aura was so powerful that it shook the space. Chapter 706. The newcomer was a muscular man wearing a black cloak with dragon scales. He had a dragon head and a human body. Sharp claws grew out of his sleeves like razor-sharp daggers. He looked at Xian Mao and the others and stopped less than 100 meters away from them. Zhou Xuanji, I didn't expect you to come too. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor Divine Range will attack you? The dragon-headed man asked with a cold smile as he locked his eyes on Zhou Xuanji. Yi Jun asked with a deep voice, Who are you? Tell me your name. You can call me Dao Guardian Dragon. I'm here to ask for your help to expel the Emperor Divine Range. The dragon-headed man replied as he looked at everyone. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Dao Guardian Dragon. Yi Jun and the others' expressions changed. Su Huang asked with squinted eyes, Dao Guardian Dragons are distributed in every high-level universe. Zhou Xuanji was curious. What was the origin of the Dao Guardian Dragon? That's right. We are determined to protect the peace of the universe. The Emperor Divine Range is shameless to act in the dark. That's why we asked the evil Sky Divine Range for help. Because of this, you received this mission. I'm here to receive you, the Dao Guardian Dragon said. Most of the time, he was looking at Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, the evil Sky Divine Range had instructed him. Zhou Xuanji could sense the kindness in his eyes. The evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement? No wonder we can receive such high-level missions. Yi Jun frowned and mumbled to himself. The other Dao ancestors' expressions changed too. They immediately understood that they were being used. They looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji could only shake his head and shrug. He really did not know. It was the evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement indeed. What a schemer. Not only did they give him the opportunity to train, but they also had all sorts of methods to ensure his survival. All right, come with me. The Dao Guardian Dragon waved his hand and flew in another direction. Xian Mao and the others could only follow. Along the way, the Dao Guardian Dragon introduced the Emperor Divine Range's situation in this universe. Until now, the Emperor Divine Range had become more and more rampant. They had begun to travel the universe openly in search of Xianxia. It was not a big deal for a divine range to conquer a universe in the Kunlun Origin Court, but there were always some divine ranges that advocated peace. They worked together to protect the universe, and the Dao Guardian Dragon was one of them. No matter where it was, justice would always have the upper hand in public opinion. This was especially so for high-class cosmoses. The god ranges wouldn't dare to attack them easily. Strange. Since Xianxia is from the Emperor's divine range, why is he hiding? A Dao ancestor asked curiously, afraid that there was a trap. The Dao Guardian Dragon answered, It should have something to do with personal hatred. It seems like Xianxia's family was killed by the geniuses of the Emperor Divine Range. That is why he awakened. Such things were not uncommon in the divine ranges. Only geniuses like Zhou Xuanji, who were heavily nurtured by the divine range and no one dared to offend them, could they cultivate without any worries. The Dao Guardian Dragon received information about Xianxia and was saved by a race. If he wanted to capture Xianxia, he had to first gain the trust of that race. This was suspected of deception, but there was no other way. Only by handing over Xianxia would the universe be at peace, and the Emperor's divine range would leave. Zhou Xuanji did not feel much about this. He did not speak and followed the group silently. 2 days later, they descended upon a great world and saw a group of strange creatures with deer heads and human bodies. They all looked rather old. The Dao Guardian Dragon was in charge of communication. Zhou Xuanji could not understand what they were saying, so he waited in boredom. After some negotiation, the Dao Guardian Dragon and Yi Jun left with them. Zhou Xuanji and the others stayed behind to wait for their return. Everyone, stay alert. A battle might break out at any time. Su Huang reminded them as he looked around vigilantly. The scenery of this great world was beautiful and picturesque, but at this moment, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dao Guardian Dragon said that the people of the Emperor Divine Range might be hiding in every corner. Half a day later, Yi Jun and the Dao Guardian Dragon flew over with a pale-faced young man in ragged clothes. It was Xianxia. He looked mentally exhausted as though he had been tortured. The mission is so easy. Nangong Jiayin asked with a raised brow. She felt that something was not right. The previous mission seemed easy, but Daohu Chuzun appeared, which almost scared them to death. Yi Jun shook his head and said, "The next part is the most difficult. Once this brat leaves this great world, the Emperor Divine Range will come after him." Zhou Xuanji sized up Xiehuoli. This brat's eyes were lifeless, as though his heart had already died. He was curious what kind of soul this brat was hiding for two super divine ranges to fight over. "Let's leave as soon as possible," the Dao Guardian Dragon muttered and looked toward Zhou Xuanji again. Although he was worried about Zhou Xuanji's safety, he was not frustrated. Instead, he looked forward to it. He had seen Zhou Xuanji's performance in the superstar competition and felt that this brat had many tricks up his sleeves. He might bring them unusual hope. Su Huang took out a jade disc and said, "Everyone, come up." Shortly after, he stored everyone into the jade disc and merged with it. They turned into a stream of green light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the jade disc, the Dao Guardian Dragon continued to tell them about the powerful cultivators of the Emperor Divine Range. The group listened attentively. Zhou Xuanji was most concerned about Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge was probably sent here to deal with him. Zhou Xuanji was no match for Ingzhuge now, but if they were to fight, he would not back down. Boom! The jade disc suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. "TSK, TSK, where are you going?" A mocking laughter came from the outside. Su Huang immediately cast a spell to stabilize the jade disc. Yi Jun and the others took out their enchanted artifacts and cast their divine abilities. Their Dao energy penetrated the jade disc and swept outward. Xiehuoli mumbled, "Fate. We can't escape from the past after all." No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was tense. Zhou Xuanji was also prepared for battle. Once he activated the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, his power would increase tremendously. Together with the Greatly Avatar, he had a high chance of escaping. Boom! 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 The jade disc shook violently as though it would crack at any moment. The Dao Guardian Dragon gritted his teeth and said, "This is bad. I sense the aura of the fourth vast heaven. It might be Ingzhuge." His cultivation was only at the first vast heaven, so he was no match for Ingzhuge. Yi Jun and the others became even more anxious. They were only Dao ancestors, so it was impossible for them to defeat Ingzhuge. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Ingzhuge with just one hand. "You escape with him." Yi Jun suddenly looked at Zhou Xuanji and cried out with a deep voice. Next, he took out a rosewood door. After he opened the door, it was pitch black inside. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate and entered the door with Xiehuoli. The Dao Guardian Dragon heaved a sigh of relief and gave a strange smile. Nangong Jiayin dashed into the rosewood door suddenly, which shocked Yi Jun. Chapter 707. Carrying Xiehuoli, Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jiayin shuttled through the dark void. "Looks like this is a conspiracy." Nangong Jiayin sighed, her expression quite unsightly. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked, "Why do you say that?" Nangong Jiayin sighed and said, "The Dao Guardian Dragon meant that the Evil Sky Divine Range sent you here to gain experience. But now, Yi Jun directly told you to run away, and the Dao Guardian Dragon didn't even stop you. What do you think?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. Had the Dao Guardian Dragon been bribed? No, the look in his eyes earlier shouldn't be able to fool anyone. Or had Yi Jun been bribed? That wasn't right either. Yi Jun had no reason to harm him. Even if he was bribed by other super divine ranges, he wouldn't dare to do so. The Evil Sky Divine Range was so powerful that Yi Jun dared to provoke it. Zhou Xuanji frowned.